Chapter 1163 Imminent Strike. Chapter 1163 Imminent Strike. After the three of them appeared, Cuckoo could clearly sense that the Golden Lion's emotions had changed from despair to ecstasy. "Who are they?" she could not help but ask. The Golden Lion grinned widely. "It's Brother Monkey, Brother Tiger, and Sister Ching Ching. I told you about them before. They're all here." "Ah!" Cuckoo exclaimed softly with disbelief in her eyes. She had once heard from the Golden Lion that Brother Monkey and the others were in the Thousand Demon Valley of the Middle Continent. To think that they would cross a major region to arrive here. However, a look of worry soon crossed Cuckoo's face. "There are only 3 of them and they're all at the Void Reversion realm. Sigh, they'll probably be in danger if they help us." She sighed softly. "Ha." The Golden Lion swept away his initial dejectedness and was filled with pride as he shouted, "Don't be afraid. As long as we siblings join forces, we can go anywhere in the world. What's a mere Qian Heaven City to us?" There were only 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords, 2 of them controlled the 10 demon revealing mirrors, and dozens of void reversions on the city wall. Everyone could not help but frown when they saw Monkey and the other 2. "Where did this beast come from? He doesn't know what's good for him and came knocking to us," a Dharma characteristic Tao Lord said coldly. The reason why there were demon-revealing mirrors and demon refinement formations in Qian Heaven City was to prevent fiend demons from infiltrating the city. It had been a long time since a fiend demon dared to invade the Qian Heaven City for so many years, let alone wreak havoc at the North Region Tao meet today. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord on the city wall did not take the 3 mid-level fiend demons who were equivalent to void reversions seriously at all. "I'm from the Thousand Demon Valley of the Middle Continent." Monkey was fearless against Dharma characteristic Tao Lord and grinned. "How dare you bully my brother? I'll show you what I'm capable of. Die, beast." Many void reversions shouted and attacked. Boom. Monkey's feet landed heavily on the ground, causing the city wall to shake. Cracks appeared on his feet and spread in all directions. The crowd was shocked. How much power was that? Dong. He thumped his left chest and let out a dull thud. The hearts of many cultivators skipped a beat. Monkey charged into the crowd and some void reversions could not dodge in time and were smashed into a blood mist, dying on the spot. A blank space appeared behind Monkey. Among the 7 of them, apart from Suzimo and Night Spirit, Monkey was the strongest. Back in Myriad Phenomenon City, Monkey could fight against the Rakshasa and God Race experts with his full strength. His bloodline was shocking and his body was strong. Many void reversions' dharmic weapons could not pierce through his skin. Monkey did not use any methods and merely charged forward. Yet, none of the void reversions on the city walls could stop him. "Demon Monkey, don't be arrogant. Watch me suppress you." 2 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords were still controlling the demon-revealing mirrors to sustain the demon refinement formation. The remaining Dharma characteristic Tao Lord yelled and soared into the air. The person raised his hand slightly and a silver light flashed. Swash! In the blink of an eye, the silver light descended on Monkey's body and coiled around it, tightening and emitting beams of light. Demon suppressing rope. In the cultivation world, there were many secret skills and dharmic weapons that targeted demons. The demon-revealing mirror was one of them. The demon-suppressing rope was also a dharmic weapon like that. Monkey's gaze focused as his blood chi circulated and his flesh expanded, wanting to break free from the demon-suppressing rope. The demon-suppressing rope shone with a bright silver light and tightened instead. "Fufu, Demon Monkey, the more you struggle, the tighter the demon-suppressing rope is bound." The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord had a smug expression as he said in a deep voice, "If you kneel down, beg for mercy and sign a blood oath with me right now, I'll allow you to be my spirit beast and cultivate with me." He was confident. The demon-suppressing rope was a supreme-grade Tao Lord dharmic weapon. Given the strength of this void reversion demon monkey, there was no way it could break free. Swoosh! Swoosh! How could Monkey listen to his nonsense? He channeled his blood chi continuously and his body expanded under the restraints of the demon-suppressing rope. Creak! Creak! There was even a sound coming from the demon-suppressing rope. However, as the person mentioned, the more he struggled, the the tighter the demon-suppressing rope became. It even dug deep into his flesh. Let's see how long you can last, demon monkey, the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord sneered. Monkey's eyes were bloodshot. A blood stench emanated from his body as well. Monkey was the most terrifying in his berserk state where his combat strength would reach its limit. Buzz. Buzz. Due to Monkey's immense strength in struggling, the demon-suppressing rope had already left streaks of blood on his body. Fresh blood oozed from the wound. The blood seemed to contain an extremely strong power that tainted the demon-suppressing rope. The silver light on the demon-suppressing rope flickered and dimmed rapidly. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's expression changed. Roar. Right then, Monkey suddenly opened his mouth and raised his head, letting out an enraged roar. The blood chi in his body burst forth as he exerted strength and broke free of the demon-suppressing rope with a bang. The demon-suppressing rope was tainted by the demon blood and lost its dharmic powers. It was torn apart by Monkey and scattered on the ground. You beast! When he saw the scene before him, that person was shocked and could not help but gulp. Being stared at by Monkey's bloodshot eyes, he felt his scalp tingle and his hairs stood on end. Phew! Without any time to think, that person summoned his flying sword and transformed into a cold beam of light that pierced towards Monkey's glabella. Scram! Monkey's large hand slapped on Imminent. The golden rod jumped up from his shoulder and expanded continuously with a blinding golden light, colliding with the incoming flying sword. Piak! A crisp sound rang out when the flying sword collided with Imminent. With a slight pause, cracks appeared on the sword. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's pupils constricted. The golden rod was getting closer and larger in his vision. Imminent extended all the way and smashed the Dharma characteristic Tao Lord's body into smithereens. His flesh and spirit were both destroyed. The expressions of the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords who were controlling the demon-revealing mirrors changed drastically. Boom! Monkey landed on the city wall and soared into the skies, crossing over the heads of many void reversions and arriving above the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. His demonic chi was torrential and his blood eyes were terrifying. Break! He roared and swung his gigantic golden rod towards the 10 demon-revealing mirrors with a flash of golden light. That aura and power were way too strong. It was simply devastating. Under the envelopment of the rod, the two Dharma characteristic Tao Lords did not dare to take it head-on and retreated. Boom! Imminent crashed down, smashing heavily against the demon-revealing mirrors with its golden body. All 10 ancient mirrors were shattered by Imminent's strike. The light beam that was initially on Nyan Chi dissipated instantly. Nyan Chi's spirit was invigorated as her bloodline phenomenon that was about to disperse took form once more and fought in all directions. Chapter 1164, 10,000 Demon Army. Chapter 1164, 10,000 Demon Army. On the other side, Ching Ching transformed into her true form and flapped her wings. Before long, she arrived above the southern city wall and raised her head, letting out a long cry. Suddenly, she spat out an exquisite jade-green feathered fan. The fan arrived in midair and expanded rapidly. If one focused their attention, they would discover that every single feather of the fan was burning with a dense flame. Ching Ching channeled her spirit consciousness and injected dharmic powers, fanning towards the city wall. Swoosh! A ball of green flames surged along the city wall and burned towards the 10 demon-revealing mirrors. Many void reversions attacked hurriedly, trying to defend against the spreading flames with their dharmic arts. The fan struck again. Swoosh! The flames surged and broke through the obstructions of many void reversions, rising against the tide as the temperature on the city wall rose continuously. Many cultivators could not dodge in time and their bodies were stained with green sparks that could not be extinguished. Instead, they burned brighter. The Dharma characteristic Tao Lord on the city wall had already attacked and released a powerful dharmic power to suppress the flames on the city wall. Ching Ching let out a long cry and spat out a mouthful of essence blood that landed on the fan. The bloodline of the ferocious beast Bai Fang flowed within Ching Ching's body. Bai Fang was one of the ferocious beasts that specialized in flames. In the ancient books, there were records of the Bai Fang that said that its blood was like lava. A single drop of blood could incinerate a forest, It was clear how powerful its bloodline was. As for the jade-green feathered fan, it was obtained from the ancient battlefield and possessed extraordinary might. Thanks to the stimulation of the Ching Ching bloodline, the dharmic powers of the fan increased tremendously. Ching Ching controlled the feathered fan and fanned it a third time. Swoosh! This time round, even Dharma characteristic Tao Lords could not stop the flames from spreading. After 3 consecutive fans, the jade-green flames formed a massive firestorm on the city wall that spread towards the demon-revealing mirrors. Hurry, retreat. When the 3 Dharma characteristic Tao Lords saw that, they no longer bothered to activate the demon refinement formation and retreated. The flames engulfed the 10 demon-revealing mirrors and crackled. Within moments, the light on the 10 demon-revealing mirrors dimmed. The beam of light that was initially on the Creation Lotus platform dissipated as well. With the help of Monkey and Ching Ching, 20 demon-revealing mirrors were destroyed in succession. This meant that more than half of the demon refinement formation was gone. Although Su Zimo was still enveloped by light beams from 2 other walls, their power was greatly reduced and could be ignored. First, 4, 7. Hu Batian is here. The spirit tiger was kicked down from the city wall by Ching Ching. Before it even landed on the ground, it transformed into its true form and roared as it sped towards the battlefield. There were only 3 more fiend demons on the battlefield. However, the entire situation had changed. Because the demon refinement formation was gone, the advantage of the upper sects and aristocratic families was no longer that significant. The pressure on Nyan Qi decreased significantly as she joined forces with the Golden Lion and Cuckoo to charge out of the city once more. Moving slowly, they were getting closer and closer to the city gate. On the main battlefield, Su Zimo held the Creation Green Lotus and joined forces with Night Spirit. They were still fighting against many Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. Monkey had already joined the battle with Imminent. He was the happiest about such a huge battle. The more wounds on his body, the brighter the bloodlight in his eyes and the higher his fighting spirit. In reality, Su Zimo and the others were fighting and retreating. The cultivators of the North Region Dao Meat could no longer stop them. Many cultivators were already thinking of retreating. The only thing they could rely on was that the North Region Dao Meat definitely had the advantage in terms of numbers. Spirit Tiger, what are you waiting for? Ching Ching chided. Ah, all right. The Spirit Tiger nodded excitedly. Su Zimo's heart stirred. It had been a few years since they last met. Could Monkey and the others have other tricks up their sleeves? The Spirit Tiger took out an incomplete beast hide from his storage bag. There was some fur on it that gave off an ancient aura. Demon sealing diagram? Su Zimo recognized the origin of the hide immediately. The demon sealing diagram belonged to Tao Lord Immortal Sword. 10 years ago, when everyone was fighting for the heaven-slaying sword art in Thousand Demon Valley, Su Zimo took the risk and snatched the demon sealing diagram right under Tao Lord Immortal Sword's nose. Later on, he decided to head to 100 Refinement Sect. However, he was still worried and left the demon sealing diagram for Little Fox and the others. Back then, Tao Lord Immortal Sword and the others merely descended with their clones and used the demon sealing diagram to suppress the overlords of Thousand Demon Valley on the spot. The demon sealing diagram had an extremely obvious suppressive effect on demon beasts. However, it had almost no effect on cultivators. Why was the Spirit Tiger summoning the demon sealing diagram at this moment? The moment that question arose, a Spirit Tiger's glabella released a spirit consciousness that entered the demon sealing diagram and shouted, "Children, come on out." The moment he said that, figures rushed out of the demon sealing diagram one after another and descended upon the city, exuding a massive demonic chi. Thousands of demons descended. On the city walls and streets, they were everywhere. Fiend demons. They were all fiend demons. There were low and mid-level fiend demons. Among them, there were even more than 10 high-level fiend demons that were equivalent to Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. Roar, graw, moo, screech. Thousands of demons roared and shook the world. Oh my God! Cuckoo could not help but exclaim with her mouth agape. This scene was way too shocking. Even the Dharma characteristic Tao Lords at the North Region Dao Meat were shocked and pale, let alone her. Crazy, crazy, impossible. They've practically moved an army of an entire demon region into Qian Heaven City. Many Dharma characteristic Tao lords had ugly expressions. In reality, they were right. Right now, the demon beasts in Qian Heaven City were the demon army of the Thousand Demon Valleys Howling Moon Mountain. Su Zimo left the demon ceiling diagram behind, but he did not know its true use. Apart from suppressing demon beasts, the demon ceiling diagram's greatest use was that it possessed a massive space that could accommodate thousands of demons. Now, with the help of the demon ceiling diagram, Monkey and the others had brought an army of 10,000 demons. The situation was reversed instantly. When Tao Lord Bai Ling saw that the situation was bad, he shouted hurriedly, "Desolate Marshal, stop the battle. I'll let you guys leave." Right now, almost half of the Qian Heaven City was occupied by the army of demons. Even if Tao Lord Bai Ling and the others wanted to stop him, they could not. None of the Dharma characteristic Tao lords of the upper sects and aristocratic families objected. Although they had suffered heavy losses and were unwilling, they could only let Desolate Marshal and the others leave. Otherwise, their losses would be even greater and they might even die here. To hell with you. Monkey did not care about worldly etiquette and cursed, "I can come and go as I please. Do I need you to allow me to do something? Also, you want a ceasefire just because you said so?" Monkey glared with bloodshot eyes and his body was stained with fresh blood. He said with a murderous aura, "You guys bullied my brother. I haven't had my fill killing you guys. Desolate Marshal, if we continue fighting, it'll only result in an internecine outcome that will benefit neither of us." Tao Lord Bai Ling glared at Su Zimo and said slowly. He knew that although the demon army was brought here by Monkey and the Spirit Tiger, those people listened to Su Zimo. Chapter 1165, Bow in Defeat. Chapter 1165, Bow in Defeat. "Sure, we can stop." Su Zimo nodded and replied. Although the 10,000 demon army had just been released and had yet to fight to their heart's content, none of the demons stood out to object. Su Zimo had absolute prestige in Howling Moon Mountain. Tao Lord Bai Ling and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. If Su Zimo persisted, none of them could guarantee that they would be able to leave Qian Heaven City alive. The black-robed fiend demon with a cold expression was way too terrifying. Up till this point of the battle, no one could escape as long as he got close to them. However, Su Zimo changed the topic and swept his gaze across the faces of Tao Lord Bai Ling and the others, saying slowly, "There has to be an explanation for this battle." "What do you want?" Tao Lord Bai Ling asked with a frown. "It's not what I want, it's what you should do." Su Zimo replied coldly, "I've never violated the rules of the North Region Tao meet ever since I arrived." The crowd was silent. That was the irrefutable truth. Initially, when cultivators provoked Su Zimo, the latter merely suppressed them without killing them. If Tao Lord Bai Ling and the others had not ordered the paragons of the sect to surround Su Zimo and the others, this battle would not have happened. Tao Lord Bai Ling and the others were largely responsible for why some of the cultivators were dead. "I don't have any grudges with most of you cultivators and I don't want to kill all of you either," Su Zimo said. He swept his gaze across the crowd and could clearly see the panic, confusion, fear and helplessness on the faces of many cultivators. Many of them were innocent to begin with. After a slight pause, Su Zimo looked at Tao Lord Bai Ling and the others and said indifferently, "However, you guys have to give me an explanation." Tao Lord Bai Ling and the others had ugly expressions. Indeed, their judgment was wrong in this battle. They had underestimated the strength of Desolate Marshal and the others. They had not expected Desolate Marshal to have such a powerful trump card that could summon an army of demons. After a long silence, Tao Lord Bai Ling stood out and cupped his fists. Lowering his head, he said softly, "Desolate Marshal, I was in the wrong for this matter." The cultivators were shocked. What sort of a figure was Tao Lord Bai Ling? As the leader of the Ouyang aristocratic family who was here to take part in the North Region Tao meet, he was also one of the hosts of this Tao meet. But now, he was bowing down to avoid reversion. Even in the entire North Region, Tao Lord Bai Ling was famous, let alone within the Ouyang aristocratic family. But now, he lowered his head towards Tao being Desolate Marshal. When the Dharma characteristic Tao lords of the other upper sects and aristocratic families saw this, they shook their heads and sighed. They stood out and bowed their heads one after another. Su Zimo remained silent with a calm expression and did not leave. The demons behind him were motionless and silent. His figure was a little frail and he seemed like he could not withstand the wind. However, when he stood in front of the army of demons, he exuded an aura that no one else could match and was intimidating. There was silence in Qian Heaven City. Tao Lord Bai Ling's expression changed repeatedly as he looked at the green-robed man. In the end, a vicious glint flashed through his eyes as though he had made a decision. Suddenly, he retrieved a flying sword from his storage bag. The sword released 5 dharmic patterns that were cold and sharp. When he took out the flying sword, Tao Lord Bai Ling did not attack Su Zimo. Instead, he turned the sword and spun it in his palm. Poof! A flash of blood appeared. Tao Lord Bai Ling had actually cut off a pinky from his left hand. The crowd fell into an uproar. Tao Lord, why are you doing this? A few cultivators of the Ouyang aristocratic family surged over with shocked expressions. At most, we'll fight to the death with them. Tao Lord Bai Ling had a tragic expression as he shook his head. Forget it, it's my fault for being foolish. Even if I sever a finger, it won't be enough to redeem the lost lives of my clansmen. Once this is over, I'll definitely return to the clan to receive my punishment. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to the Dharma characteristic Tao lords of the other upper sects and aristocratic families. Some Dharma characteristic Tao lords were decisive and imitated Tao Lord Bai Ling to sever a finger. Some of them hesitated for a long time before enduring the pain and severing their fingers. Actually, losing a finger was already the lightest punishment. For Dharma characteristic Tao lords, it would not affect their combat strength at all. Furthermore, if they could cultivate to the conjoint body realm, their severed fingers could be regrown. However, some of the Dharma characteristic Tao lords truly felt guilty while others cursed internally with resentment. In the crowd, Yulan had a complicated expression when she saw that. She vaguely understood why Su Zimo did not kill them. That was because even if they were killed, there might be other princesses and princes that would stand out. However, if they were to see this, they would never have the thought of restoring their dynasties for the rest of their lives. Not only that, after they returned, they would not let anyone else attempt to restore their dynasties and fight against the green-robed man. Even a conjoint body mighty figure of the North region might not be able to make Dharma characteristic Tao lords of upper sects and aristocratic families bow down and admit their mistakes with severed fingers. They could not restore their dynasties as long as Desolate Marshal was alive. This was not a joke. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he waved his hand. Let's go. The spirit tiger summoned the demon ceiling diagram once more. The incomplete beast hide floated in midair and exuded a strange demonic aura. Many fiend demons that were initially scattered in the city soared into the air. The demons shrank continuously and turned into a light spot, disappearing into the beast hide. In the blink of an eye, Monkey, the spirit tiger, Night Spirit, the golden lion, Cuckoo, and Nyan Chi were the only ones left behind. Monkey looked at the many cultivators opposite him and spat before turning to leave with a disdainful expression. Su Zimo and the others left as well. After taking a few steps, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks. Frowning slightly, he murmured, "I almost forgot that there's something I haven't settled yet." Many cultivators who were relieved felt tense once again when they heard that statement. Turning around, Su Zimo swept his gaze across the crowd and found his target very quickly. Wind Flame, come on out. Tao being Wind Flame of Glass Palace. Desolate Marshal, what do you want? Tao being Wind Flame had a fearless expression as he said coldly, "I'm a disciple of Glass Palace. It's impossible if you want me to bow down in defeat." Glass Palace was one of the 9 immortal sects and the only immortal sect in the North region. It had its own pride. So what if it's Glass Palace? Su Zimo nodded and laughed. Before he could finish laughing, Su Zimo's figure suddenly darted forward. In a flash of lightning, he had already arrived before Tao being Wind Flame. Kill. Tao being Wind Flame's eyes shone brightly and he was fearless as he released his blood chi. Raising both fists, he smashed towards Su Zimo's head. Swash. A green shadow flashed and Suzumo's figure vanished. At the same time that he dodged Dao Being Windflame's fists, Suzumo's body went limp and he circled behind Dao Being Windflame like a python, locking his arms around the latter's throat. Anaconda coil. Although his Green Lotus true body could not unleash the essence of this technique, it was still a killing move of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Dao Being Windflame's blood chi was blocked and his face was purplish-green. He could not say anything and a strange sound came from the depths of his throat. Chapter 1166, Challenge Xian Yu. Chapter 1166, Challenge Xian Yu. Dao Being Windflame cultivated the Glass Heart Sutra and had a powerful blood chi. In terms of the explosive power of his bloodline, he was definitely superior to the Green Lotus true body. However, it was a pity that he was bound by Anaconda coil and his throat was locked. His blood chi was not smooth and even if he had 500 kilograms of strength, he could not release it. Suzumo's arms were like cold, hard chains that he could not break free from. Crack, crack, crack. Under the relentless pressure, Dao Being Windflame could even hear the sound of bones cracking from his throat. Pest! If this continued, his throat would be crushed. In a moment of desperation, Dao Being Windflame decided to abandon his body and release his essence spirit. Suddenly, Suzumo's voice sounded. Don't move. The voice was very soft and was right beside his ears. However, Dao Being Windflame truly did not dare to move. He had witnessed Suzumo's essence spirit secret skill before. Be it the green sword that was filled with a glow or the whip that shone with lightning, they were both terrifying beyond compare. Even the essence spirit of Dharma characteristic Dao Lords were killed instantly, so he did not dare to act rashly. I'm just teaching you a lesson. I won't kill you. Suzumo said slowly. Also, help me send a message back to Glass Palace. Right then, Dao Being Windflame felt his throat relax. Suzumo's arm had already retreated. Dao Being Windflame's body went limp as he knelt on the ground, panting heavily. His throat was already shattered and every single breath he took seemed like he was pulling on a bellows, letting out strange hissing sounds. What is it? Dao Being Windflame asked through gritted teeth. The 5th of April. I want to challenge Dao Being Xian Yu here. Suzumo raised his palm and threw down a map. There was a clear symbol on the map. Ha 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 ha. Dao Being Windflame burst into laughter without even looking. The laughter caused a sharp pain in his throat, but he was oblivious to it and even burst into tears from his laughter. You want to challenge senior brother Xian Yu? Dao Being Windflame asked once more, as though he wanted to confirm this matter. That's right. Suzumo nodded. Then, there's something I have to tell you. Senior brother Xian Yu is no longer a void reversion but a Dharma characteristic Dao Lord. Dao Being Windflame burst into laughter. Glass Palace doesn't have Dao Being Xian Yu. There's only Dao Lord Xian Yu. Desolate Marshal, you're courting death. Dharma characteristic realm? Suzumo murmured softly but was not surprised. He shook his head. Dharma characteristic Dao Lords are nothing to me. I've killed plenty of them here in Qian Heaven City. Fufu, what can these Dao Lords amount to? Dao Being Windflame sneered. A Dharma characteristic Dao Lord that died here isn't even fit to carry senior brother Xian Yu's shoes. I might as well tell you that senior brother Xian Yu has already reached the perfected Dharma characteristic realm and is the second in the Dharma characteristic realm in Glass Palace. He has a chance to leave his name on the Dharma characteristic ranking. You're courting death by challenging senior brother Xian Yu. Suzumo frowned. This was indeed somewhat out of his expectations. He did not expect Xian Yu's cultivation speed to be so fast. In merely 100 years, he had crossed a major cultivation realm. This battle would be even more troublesome than he had initially imagined. Even among those of the same cultivation realm, the difference in combat strength was immense. For example, in Qian Heaven City, some Dharma characteristic Dao Lords had their essence spirits turned into ashes after a single whip from the spirit vanquishing whip. However, some Dharma characteristic Dao Lords could defend against the spirit vanquishing whip with essence spirit secret skills. There were only 72 spots on the Heaven and Earth Dharma characteristic ranking. Every single one of them was a top Dao lord of Tianhuang mainland. There was an entire major cultivation realm difference between them. If he were to fight against a Dao lord on the Dharma characteristic ranking, even if he were to use all his trump cards, the outcome would be unpredictable. Desolate Marshal, you've already decided that you want to fight. Are you regretting your words now? Afraid that Su Zimo would regret it, Dao being Wind Flame said hurriedly, if you want to establish your Dao and impart martial arts to the masses, you'll only become a laughingstock if you go back on your word. Since I've decided to fight, I won't go back on my words. Go back and relay my message as is. Su Zimo said indifferently and left with a flick of his sleeves. With that, Su Zimo, Monkey and the others leaped onto the spirit vessel and left Qian Heaven City, disappearing into the horizon. Someone lamented, I'm afraid only Desolate Marshal would have the guts and boldness to challenge Dao Lord Shen Yu openly. What's the use of that? Do you really think he can defeat Glass Palace's Dharma characteristic Dao Lord? Another cultivator pouted. How did Desolate Marshal and Dao Lord Shen Yu form a feud? You don't even know about that. More than 100 years ago, Desolate Marshal was still at the Golden Core realm and Shen Yu was a void reversion. In the Great Qian ruins, he crippled Desolate Marshal's Golden Core and forced him into Dragon Burial Valley, almost killing him. I heard that it's because of Dao Lord Shen Yu that Desolate Marshal's kin in the mortal realm died. All of you are wrong. When she heard the discussions around her, Yu Lan shook her head. The reason why Desolate Marshal challenged Dao Lord Shen Yu was to seek justice for the people of Yang Country. More than 100 years ago, 13 cities of Yang Country were almost razed to the ground by the cultivators of Glass Palace. Countless people died in exile and Yang Country was destroyed as a result. How did you determine that? A cultivator asked. Yu Lan pointed to the map in front of Dao Lord Wind Flame and said, the location of the battle between the two of them is the old capital of Yang Country. The old capital of Yang Country. The 5th of April, during the Qingming festival. Is he going to use Dao Lord Shen Yu's life to commemorate the deceased? The cultivators gradually understood. Young master, are you a little rash? On the spirit vessel, Nianqi said softly with a worried expression, actually, it's not too late to challenge Dao Lord Shen Yu after you reach the Dharma characteristic realm. Su Zimo shook his head. If I were to reach the Dharma characteristic realm, Shen Yu would definitely not dare to accept the challenge. Everyone was stunned but quickly understood. Su Zimo would not have any choice if Dao Lord Shen Yu chose not to turn up. Glass Palace was one of the 9 immortal sects and Su Zimo was only a void reversion. If he barged into Glass Palace, he might die before he even gets to meet Dao Lord Shen Yu. However, this battle is way too dangerous for you, young master. Nianqi analyzed. Dao Lord Shen Yu will definitely do his best in this battle because he represents Glass Palace and they can't afford to lose. If Dao Lord Shen Yu was killed by Su Zimo despite the difference of a major cultivation realm, Glass Palace's reputation would definitely plummet. Cuckoo nodded as well. First has already revealed his trump cards for this battle. The other party will definitely be prepared. It's fine. Su Zimo had a calm expression. This battle is inevitable. This battle was not only for himself, but also for his elder brother, Su Hong, the citizens of Yang Country and Little Fox. Little Fox's treasure was snatched away by Dao Lord Shen Yu and Su Zimo had always kept that in mind. Right, where's Little Fox? At the thought of Little Fox, Su Zimo asked curiously. She did not appear with Monkey and the others to join the battle. Initially, he thought that Monkey and the others were worried that the Little Fox would be injured. However, they had already left Qian Heaven City. Why was she still not around? At the mention of Little Fox, Monkey, the spirit tiger and Ching Ching exchanged glances with odd expressions. Chapter 1167, Kill. Chapter 1167, Kill. What's wrong? Did something happen to Little Fox? The Golden Lion could not help but ask when he saw the odd expressions on the three of them. Su Zimo was in no hurry. He could tell that Monkey and the other two were rather relaxed and did not seem like Little Fox was in any danger. True enough. Monkey waved it off. Nothing happened to Little Fox, but... He paused for a moment and said hesitantly, We were initially at Howling Moon Mountain. However, some time back, a woman appeared out of nowhere and took Little Fox away." "Ah!" the Golden Lion exclaimed. "You call that nothing happened? Don't be alarmed." Cuckoo patted the Golden Lion on the head. "Didn't you hear what Brother Monkey said? Little Fox was taken away, not snatched away." Monkey nodded with a reminiscing expression. "After that woman appeared, she wanted to take Little Fox away. Naturally, we wouldn't let her. However, she was way too strong. She did not even make a move, and the pressure she exuded was enough to immobilize us." The Golden Lion, Nyan Chi, and the others were stunned. To be able to render Monkey and the others immobile with the pressure of her spirit consciousness. What realm and power was that? Conjoint body realm? Or even higher? However, Suzimo's heart skipped a beat as a figure flashed through his mind. He had a vague guess. Monkey continued, "However, that woman seems to know Little Fox and doesn't have any enmity towards her. They chatted for a night in private before Little Fox left with her. Little Fox is inexperienced and naive. Could she have been tricked?" The Golden Lion grumbled. Suzimo asked, "What kind of woman was she?" "As beautiful as a fairy." At the side, the spirit tiger could not help but exclaim, "Heavens, I've never seen such a beautiful chick before." If it was before, Ching Ching would have gone berserk and kicked the spirit tiger away when she heard him praise other women. However, this time round, even Ching Ching nodded. "Indeed, she's extremely beautiful and difficult to describe with words. Even I feel tempted when I see her." When he heard their remarks, Suzimo no longer had any doubts. Powerful strength and extreme beauty. There was probably no other woman like her in the world. That woman should be Consort Yu, who had awoken in the lava of the underground palace. Suzimo said, "Everyone, don't worry. This senior is an old friend of Little Fox's mother and will definitely not hurt her." "First, you know her?" the spirit tiger asked curiously. "Yes, we've met once." Suzimo replied ambiguously. The meeting between the two of them was a little awkward and Suzimo did not want to reveal more. He changed the topic and asked, "What else did Little Fox say before she left?" "Nothing much. She merely asked us not to worry." Ching Ching smiled. "She said that she might return to look for everyone before long." Suzimo smiled at the thought of Little Fox blinking her big eyes and looking reluctant. "Why aren't you guys at Howling Moon Mountain? Why are you here?" Suzimo asked again. When they heard that, the spirit tiger and Ching Ching blushed and remained silent. Monkey complained, "Don't talk about that. 7th and 5th are not around while you and Little Fox left. As such, there's only the three of us around. What's wrong with that?" Suzimo did not understand. Monkey rolled his eyes at the spirit tiger and Ching Ching before saying faintly, "The two of them are stuck together all day, acting as though there's no one else around. They're shameless and noisy. I'm almost going to throw up from watching them. Ha 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 ha." Everyone roared in laughter. "If you don't run out now, I'm going to be disgusted to death," Monkey said exaggeratedly. Suzimo could not help but laugh as well, shaking his head. Monkey, really. It was rare for them siblings to reunite. It was as though they had returned to the days when they were laughing and cursing. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Even Night Spirit, who was usually cold and silent, joined in with the crowd. Cuckoo could not help but feel happy for them as she sensed the sincere and pure sibling feelings between them. Initially, Nyan Chi was worried about the arranged battle between Suzimo and Dao Lord Shen Yu. However, at that moment, she did not want to mention this matter anymore and break the joy, happiness, and warmth she felt. She was also immersed in it. What was more important than a family reunion? In less than 10 days, the news of the North Region Dao meet spread throughout the cultivation world. Desolate Marshal had returned and suppressed paragons of the same cultivation realm, even killing many Dharma characteristic Dao Lord. In the end, the arrival of the 10,000 demon army forced many Dharma characteristic Dao Lords to bow their heads and admit their mistakes. The North region was shaken and the cultivation world of Tianhuang mainland was in an uproar. 10 years ago, Desolate Marshal was severely injured by a half-martial ancestor and his body was crippled. How could he still possess such strength? I'm not sure. I heard that desolate Marshal's body and bloodline are indeed much weaker than before. However, his dharmic powers are vast and his essence spirit secret skills are terrifying. He can kill Dao Lords. He's way too terrifying. That lad's luck is way too strong. To think he can still recover after being severely injured by a half-martial ancestor. Everyone was shocked. This person has a feud with many sects and those factions are definitely not willing to see him rise. I reckon that there will definitely be people who can't sit still. This lad has a Mahayana patriarch backing him. Which sect or faction would dare to kill him? Chumph, you don't understand. If you really want to go all out and kill a void reversion, there are many methods. Half a month after the North Region Dao meet. Dragon Tiger Sect. In a secret cave abode at the back mountain of the sect, the light was dim. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect stood inside and bowed slightly with a respectful expression. A grand elder of the Dragon Tiger Sect was in seclusion in the cave abode. This grand elder was a conjoint body realm expert. In the depths of the cave abode where light and darkness intersected, a blurry figure was vaguely reflected. Just wait. Elder Li said slowly, if that lad loses to Xian Yu and dies, everything will be fine. If that lad wins. After a brief pause, Elder Li opened his eyes with a flash of killing intent. I'll head out and kill that lad. But, the Mahayana patriarch behind that lad. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect remarked softly with a fearful expression. There's no need to worry. Elder Li said, before that, I'll declare that I've already betrayed the sect and have nothing to do with the Dragon Tiger Sect. This matter will not implicate the sect. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect heaved a sigh of relief. Desolate Marshal is way too sharp. I'm not the only one who wants to kill him. Elder Li said coldly, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I'll try my best to join forces with other powers to suppress him and not give him any chance to escape. This was equivalent to exchanging lives. If Desolate Marshal was killed, the Mahayana patriarch behind him would definitely attack and kill Elder Li. Should we wait a little longer? The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect suggested. I heard that the Mahayana patriarch behind this lad doesn't have much time left and is already at the end of his lifespan. As long as he dies, you won't have to bear the infamy of betraying the sect and the danger of being hunted down by the Mahayana patriarch. We can't wait any longer. Elder Li sighed. This lad already has such combat strength at the Void Reversion realm. Once he enters the Dharma characteristic realm, we won't be able to hurt him even without the protection of the Mahayana patriarch. At that time, his influence would already be established and he'll reign over the North region. All the upper sects, aristocratic families, and gentry clans will have to bow down and submit to him. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect opened his mouth slightly with a shocked expression. Reign supreme over the North region with the world at his feet. Chapter 1168, Audacious Demon Monkey. Chapter 1168, Audacious Demon Monkey. It was already mid-March by the time the North Region Dao meet ended. It was only about 20 days away from the 5th of April. On this day, a group of cultivators arrived above the old capital of Yang country. The leader wore green robes and had black hair that flowed down like a waterfall. His eyes were clear. It was Su Zimo. Monkey, the spirit tiger, Ching Ching, night spirit, the golden lion, Cuckoo, and Nyan Chi stood behind him. Su Zimo looked at his homeland with a conflicted expression. Because the capital was trampled by the cultivators of Glass Palace in the past, it had long been reduced to ruins and no longer flourished. After more than 100 years, this place was still deserted. There were some dilapidated walls and courtyards that might still have some traces of the past. Su Zimo said nothing and watched in silence. Tears welled up and his vision gradually blurred. Too many things had happened in this capital and homeland. He was born here. That night, the Su family met with a calamity. Su Hong's face was slashed and his head was almost split into two. Su Hong brought him and Xiaoning out of the capital. They were forced to leave their hometown and had to hide their identities. Many years later, he killed his way back single-handedly and beheaded the king of Yang in this capital. Later on, the capital was destroyed and countless living beings were buried here. his old friends, Liu Yu, Yu Qihue, Song Qi, the black-armored cavalry were all buried under this ruin. The first time he had the intention to establish his Dao heart was here. In a daze, Su Zimo seemed to see an old man in his twilight years standing on the ruins with tears streaming down his face. "Brother!" Su Zimo called softly. The old man vanished silently. Su Zimo quickly realized that it was merely a figure in the depths of his memories. Everything was no longer there. Nian Qi and the others did not understand why Su Zimo's eyes were filled with tears. They could not understand his feelings and longing for this land either. "I am fine." After a long time, Su Zimo said, "I'll stay here for the next few days and prepare to fight Xian Yu." "Don't worry." He had already cultivated to the peak of the late-stage Void Reversion Realm before the North Region Dao meet. After a huge battle and returning to his homeland, he could already sense the opportunity to break through. The next realm was the perfected Void Reversion Realm. "Let's go. Don't disturb him." Monkey waved his hand and pointed into the distance. "I'll let you guys take a look at the place where I first met first. Hehe, I was once the king of that forest." "Sure." Ching Ching clapped her hands in agreement. "Just nice, Brother Monkey can tell us about your glorious past." "No problem." Monkey seemed to have recalled something as he grinned. "By the way, Night Spirit was also brought out from that forest when he was still an egg." After Monkey's antics, everyone felt much more relaxed. "You guys go ahead. I'll stay here to accompany the young master." Nian Qi said, "If you want to break through, you'll have to have someone guarding you." Although she wanted to take a look and listen to Monkey talk about the young master's past, nothing was more important to her than Su Zimo's safety. "Let's go then." The spirit tiger beckoned. "Sister Nian Qi, let us know if anything happens." "Don't worry, First is about to fight Dao Lord Xian Yu. Before that, no one should come looking for trouble with First." Ching Ching analyzed. After bidding farewell, Monkey led everyone towards Kang Lang Mountain Range. Su Zimo descended slowly and arrived at the only intact hall in the palace. He murmured, "Let's do it here." "All right, young master, go cultivate. I'll guard outside." Nian Qi stood outside the door with a focused expression like a little door guardian. Monkey led everyone towards Kang Lang Mountain Range. If it was any ordinary person, they would take at least a month or two to reach Kang Lang Mountain Range from the old capital of Yang Country. However, Monkey and the others were all at the Void Reversion Realm. As they sped along, they arrived above Kang Lang Mountain Range in less than 2 hours. "Is this the place?" Looking at the extended mountain range beneath their feet, the spirit tiger and the others looked around curiously. Initially, this mountain range was boundlessly vast. However, it was far inferior compared to the Thousand Demon Valley of the Middle Continent. Kang Lang Mountain Range could not even compare to a corner of Howling Moon Mountain, let alone Thousand Demon Valley. Monkey and the others looked extremely relaxed as they gazed at the mountain range beneath their feet. Thousand Demon Valley was like a vast ocean. However, Kang Lang Mountain Range was merely a shallow beach. Monkey and the others were fiend demons that had fought their way out of the ocean. Now that they looked back at the shallow beach, they naturally did not take it seriously. Given their cultivation, they could cover more than half of Kang Lang Mountain Range with their spirit consciousnesses. Right there. Monkey led everyone through the air above the mountain range and pointed to a valley not far away, grinning. "This is where I first met First." At that time, First was in a terrible state and was almost devoured by a pack of wolves. "Thankfully, I appeared in time." At the mention of that, Monkey was still proud. The spirit tiger pouted in disapproval. However, he did not dare to refute or mock Monkey, afraid that he would anger the latter into beating him up. "Halt!" Right then, a figure soared into the air and stopped Monkey and the others in their tracks. The person was clad in purple armor and exuded a demonic aura. His gaze was sharp as he glared at Monkey and the others with an unfriendly expression. Monkey and the others could clearly see that the intruder was also a demon and his true form was a purple-winged eagle. The purple-winged eagle asked in a deep voice, "Which mountain are you from? Why did you barge into Kang Lang Mountain Range without permission?" The spirit tiger whistled and teased, "Brother Monkey, These cubs of Kang Lang mountain range sure are impressive. Monkey grinned as well. He looked at the purple-winged eagle not far away and nodded. Not bad, not bad. When I left, there were no fiend demons in Kang Lang mountain range. To think that there would be a fiend demon now, even though it's a low-level one. Low-level fiend demons were equivalent to nascent souls. Of course, low-level fiend demons were nothing in the eyes of Monkey and the others. The spirit tiger was one of the territorial lords of Howling Moon Mountain and had countless fiend demons under his command. He was used to calling them cubs and children. When he saw a low-level fiend demon, he naturally blurted out the word cub. Unexpectedly, the purple-winged eagle's expression darkened as it glared at the spirit tiger and the others with hostility. Does that mean that you guys want to offend my Kang Lang mountain range? Monkey waved it off and said proudly, offended my ass. I'm the king of the mountains here. Audacious demon monkey. The purple-winged eagle's expression changed as it hollered, there's a territorial lord in Kang Lang mountain range. How dare you spout nonsense here? After holding it in for a long time, Ching Ching could not help but burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. The spirit tiger could not stop laughing as well. The golden lion and the others snickered at the side, watching Monkey make a fool of himself. Along the way, Monkey boasted about how impressive he was back in Kang Lang mountain range. To think that he would be berated by a low-level fiend demon the moment he arrived. Furthermore, he was scolded as a demon monkey. Monkey was equally depressed. Even at Howling Moon Mountain, no one dared to scold him as a demon monkey. To think that he would be snubbed the moment he arrived at Kang Lang mountain range. Chapter 1169, Paradise. Chapter 1169, Paradise. The most amusing thing was that the purple-winged eagle before them was merely a low-level fiend demon. However, this low-level fiend demon did not show any fear when he saw the group of mid-level fiend demons and even dared to stand out and berate them. Was this purple-winged eagle just naive or did it have something to rely on? With a sweep of his spirit consciousness, Monkey enveloped most of Kang Lang mountain range and could not help but exclaim softly. He could sense the auras of 5 low-level fiend demons after a brief check. When he left, there was not a single low-level fiend demon in the mountain range. It had only been 100 years and so many demons had grown into fiend demons. Alright, I'll cut to the chase. Who is your territorial lord? Get him to meet me. Monkey waved his hand and could not be bothered with this low-level fiend demon. Humph. The purple-winged eagle harumphed coldly. Our territorial lord is not someone you can meet just because you want to. You better leave quickly, or else. Cut the crap. Monkey looked impatient and rolled his eyes. He strode forward and reached out with his palm. Dharmic powers coiled around it as he grabbed towards the purple-winged eagle. The purple-winged eagle's expression changed. There was no time to think. It channeled its blood chi and wanted to transform into its true form to escape from Monkey's attack range. Unexpectedly, Monkey released a massive spirit consciousness that descended and suppressed it. Under the envelopment of the spirit consciousness, the purple-winged eagle's blood chi was almost stagnant and could not be activated. It could not even conjure its true form. How strong! The purple-winged eagle's heart sank. This was not only a suppression of cultivation realm, it was a suppression of bloodline. The difference in their bloodlines caused his bloodline to be unable to put up any resistance, just like a mouse meeting a cat. Monkey's furry palm covered the skies. A huge shadow loomed over. In a flash, Monkey grabbed the back of the purple-winged eagle's neck and lifted it effortlessly. Although the purple-winged eagle was a low-level fiend demon, it was like a weak and pitiful chick being carried by Monkey. Aye. The purple-winged eagle was completely stunned. After it was grabbed by Monkey, its body stiffened and its dharmic powers were restricted. It could not exert any strength at all. It was subdued with a single move. Demon Monkey, let go of me. The purple-winged eagle hollered with a flushed face. Your ramblings are too noisy. Monkey shook the purple-winged eagle in his hands continuously. The purple-winged eagle felt as though its bones were about to fall apart. However, it still said weakly, if the territorial lord finds out that you guys barged into Kang Lang mountain range and even dared to attack me, why you, ha. It was dizzy from the monkey's shaking and could not catch its breath, hence it could not continue to speak. Since I have nothing to do, who is your territorial lord? I'll go meet him. Monkey had already made up his mind to teach this territorial lord a lesson in front of the spirit tiger and the others to regain his dignity. Territorial lord of Kanglang mountain range, hurry and come out. The spirit tiger's voice spread to every corner of the mountain range. There was no reply from the mountain range. The overlord of Howling Moon Mountain has arrived. Why isn't a puny territorial lord coming forth to greet him? The spirit tiger shouted again and even revealed his identity, raising his status further. There was still no one from Kanglang mountain range. What territorial lord? He's so scared that he doesn't even dare to show his face. The golden lion grinned. Nonsense. At this moment, the purple-winged eagle caught its breath and gritted its teeth. Our territorial lord is not in Kanglang mountain range at all. The spirit tiger asked, where did he run off to? Just nearby. The purple-winged eagle said in a deep voice, if you guys want to suffer, I'll bring you guys over. Wow, he's sure a big deal, eh? I'll see for myself what sort of an amazing figure your territorial lord is. Monkey sneered and asked, how do we go? The purple-winged eagle raised its arm and pointed in a direction. There's a town more than 50 kilometers away. The territorial lord cultivates there all year round. Town? The spirit tiger pursed his lips. What kind of weirdo is that? As a demon, he's not staying in Kanglang mountain range. Instead, he's cultivating in a town. Without another word, Monkey sped in that direction with the purple-winged eagle. Before long, they were getting closer to the town mentioned by the purple-winged eagle. On both sides of the road, apart from some common vegetation, there were also peach trees. Right now, it was the beginning of spring and sprouts were appearing on the branches. They were dotted with green spots and were full of life. In the distance, a town could be vaguely seen. Monkey frowned slightly and asked softly, the territorial lord of Kanglang mountain range is in this town? That's right. The purple-winged eagle replied. This should be Pingyang town. Monkey grumbled. What about Pingyang town? Confused, the spirit tiger and the others asked instinctively. Monkey explained, first was originally from Pingyang town. Before he started cultivating, he was a scholar here. The spirit tiger and the others were enlightened. Before long, everyone arrived at Pingyang town. After 100 years, Pingyang town was much larger than before. Pingyang town did not seem to be affected at all in this chaotic period where wars were everywhere. It was like a paradise. The town was bustling with people and carriages. At a glance, it was even livelier than most cities. The mortals in this town seemed to be doing well. Ching Ching blinked and said in surprise. The purple-winged eagle said proudly, that's only natural. With our territorial lord protecting the citizens, no one can harm them. Over the years, the territorial lord has stood out to chase away many intruders that wanted to offend Pingyang town, similar to you guys. Monkey and the others exchanged glances and marveled. As a demon and the territorial lord of Kanglang mountain range, it was indeed strange that he would come here to protect the mortals of Pingyang town. Because of that, Monkey and the others were less hostile towards this territorial lord. Shaking its head, the spirit tiger was surprised as well. Indeed, it's strange. Even mortals with strong bodies can only live for less than 100 years. Look, there are so many old men in this town who are more than 100 years old. There's no sign of them ever cultivating. All of them are mortals. Indeed, everyone swept their spirit consciousnesses and saw many old men with long lifespans. Longevity town? It was already good enough to survive in this chaotic period of time, let alone enjoy longevity. However, the mortals in Pingyang town lived a blissful life with rosy cheeks and healthy bodies. When the purple-winged eagle saw the shock on Monkey and the others' faces, its expression turned even more disdainful as it said proudly, how can you rude fiend demons understand the methods of the territorial lord? What do you mean? The golden lion asked, are the lives of these mortals related to your territorial lord? Of course. The purple-winged eagle said with certainty, the territorial lord's powers are boundless. It's not something you fiend demons can understand. Upon hearing what the purple-winged eagle said, everyone was even more curious about this territorial lord. Is he in the town now? Why don't I see him? Monkey frowned. He released his spirit consciousness and searched for a long time but could not find any demonic chi in Pingyang town. Haha, the territorial lord is right here. However, it's impossible for you guys to discover his track. When the purple-winged eagle saw Monkey at a loss, it mocked loudly. The spirit tiger, Ching Ching, and the others shook their heads as well, finding nothing. This territorial lord can hide from our spirit consciousness detection. Monkey murmured, indeed, he has some tricks up his sleeves. Chapter 1170 Appearance of the Territorial Lord. Chapter 1170 Appearance of the Territorial Lord. I advise you to give up. The purple-winged eagle said, you can't find the Territorial Lord at all. Shut up. Monkey felt a headache coming on because of the purple-winged eagle's constant nagging. Now that he was outmatched by this unknown territorial lord, he was enraged and shook the purple-winged eagle's body forcefully. The purple-winged eagle was stunned again. Monkey looked at Night Spirit. Fifth, you can't find anything either. Although Monkey, the Spirit Tiger and Ching Ching were ranked ahead of Night Spirit in terms of seniority, they knew that Night Spirit definitely surpassed them in terms of combat strength. Without saying anything, Night Spirit's gaze shifted to an empty courtyard in Pingyang town. There was no one in the courtyard and the decorations were simple. Apart from the stone table and stool, there was only a peach blossom tree. What do you mean? The Spirit Tiger looked around and asked, that territorial lord is hiding in this courtyard. As he said that, he released his spirit consciousness to check. However, there was still nothing after a moment. There's nothing. The Spirit Tiger blinked. Night Spirit, that won't do. You're inferior to him as well. Night Spirit smiled and shook his head, pointing to the inconspicuous peach blossom tree in the courtyard. The peach blossom tree? It became a spirit. Monkey frowned slightly. There were too many peach blossom trees around Pingyang town. Even if anyone caught sight of them, they wouldn't pay any attention. However, through Night Spirit's reminder, everyone focused their attention on the peach blossom tree and gradually discovered something unusual. Suddenly, the peach blossom tree vanished in front of everyone. Right after, a figure appeared before everyone. Monkey and the others were initially wary. However, everyone was stunned when they saw who it was. The person was wearing a white shirt and looked to be around 8 or 9 years old. He was a young lad with a tender face and bright black eyes. Where did this child come from? The Spirit Tiger asked instinctively without understanding what was going on. Monkey rolled his eyes. Are you blind? Can't you see that the peach blossom tree in the courtyard is gone? I know, but... The Spirit Tiger scratched his head and looked at the boy not far away, asking in disbelief, this child is the territorial lord of Kanglang mountain range? In their imaginations, if one could become a territorial lord, even if they did not have 3 heads and 6 arms and were fiendish, they would have to be like Monkey and Spirit Tiger, imposing and intimidating. To everyone's surprise, a pink and tender child appeared out of nowhere like a porcelain doll. It was far from what they had expected. Monkey scratched his head as well, feeling troubled. It would be easier if a fiendish person were to appear. All he had to do was release thunderous means to suppress the latter. However, he truly did not know what he was supposed to do against such a tender child. He was afraid that he would kill the boy with a single punch. Furthermore, the boy looked so pure and innocent that he could not bring himself to do it. When Ching Ching and Cuckoo caught sight of the child, their eyes lit up and shone with motherly love. They could not wait to hug the child and cherish him. Who are you guys? The child asked sternly with a serious expression, are you guys here to harm others as well? Although he was questioning, the boy's voice was soft and pleasant to the ears. Territorial Lord, save me. The purple-winged eagle shouted hurriedly. The child pouted and seemed to be a little angry as he berated Monkey. Demon, hurry and let Uncle Purple Bird go. Uncle Purple Bird will feel terrible if you carry him like this. Black lines streaked across the purple-winged eagle's face as it grit its teeth. Territorial Lord, How many times have I told you? Please don't call me Uncle Purple Bird in front of outsiders. Ha 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 ha. The spirit tiger and golden lion burst into laughter. Monkey grinned as well, finding it interesting, but he did not loosen his grip. Child, what's your name? Ching Ching came before the boy and squatted down, asking with a gentle expression. I. The boy turned his head slightly and blinked his large eyes, seemingly troubled. He thought hard for a long time and said dejectedly, I don't have a name. Why don't you have a name? Ching Ching asked again, where are your parents? I don't have parents either. The boy shook his head. The purple-winged eagle was almost in tears. He was carried by Monkey the entire way and initially thought that the territorial lord would be able to save him. To think that the territorial lord had forgotten about him. He was even chatting with the fiend demons opposite him. You don't have any relatives even? Ching Ching was filled with pity. I do. Unexpectedly, the boy nodded hurriedly when he heard that. I have kin. The young master is my kin. Pausing for a moment, a look of disappointment flashed through the boy's eyes as he lowered his head. However, the young master has left and hasn't returned for a long time. I miss him so much. The boy's eyes were a little moist and sparkled. Ching Ching hugged the boy hurriedly and consoled him softly. Don't cry, don't cry. It's all that young master's fault. He's the worst after not returning to see you for so long. All of a sudden, Ching Ching felt a tremendous force burst forth from her embrace and the boy broke free from her hug. The boy took 2 steps back and glared at her furiously. You're not allowed to say that. The boy's brows were almost raised. He was clearly in rage. He clenched his small fists tightly as an extremely terrifying aura emanated from his body. He hollered furiously, you're a bad person for saying that about young master. All of you. However, Ching Ching was not annoyed. She merely lamented internally, this child is innocent and naive. His method of judging whether someone is good or bad is truly simple. It seemed like that young master held an extremely important position in the child's heart. While Ching Ching was deep in thought, the spirit tiger sensed the aura of the boy and was startled, pulling her back hurriedly. They were confused by the boy's appearance and almost forgot that he was a territorial lord. Although he was also at the void reversion realm, he could hide from their senses. Nobody could become a territorial lord without being exceptional. Hey! The boy's gaze shifted and he frowned slightly. Uncle Purple Bird, how come you were captured by them? Heavens! It's all thanks to that young master. The purple-winged eagle sighed into the skies with a bitter expression. Territorial Lord, you've finally remembered me. You guys are truly bad people. When the boy saw that, he was even more convinced. This time round, he no longer hesitated and walked towards Monkey and the others with a stern expression. The aura within his body rose continuously. Hee. Rubbing his palms together, the spirit tiger said, Brother Monkey, leave this child to me. Let me teach him a lesson. Be gentle. Ching Ching said fiercely, if you dare hurt him, I'll break your legs. The spirit tiger said bitterly, all right, I'll hold back a little. Child, here I come. The spirit tiger shouted and lunged towards the boy. Bang! He lunged forward at an extremely fast speed and was sent back even faster. Everyone was dumbfounded. The boy raised his hand slightly and punched the spirit tiger on the head in a flash. Before the spirit tiger could react, it was sent flying back and landed on the ground. It rolled a few times and its right cheek was swollen. Chapter 1171, Powerful Peach Blossom Tree. Chapter 1171, Powerful Peach Blossom Tree. This. Brother Tiger, you were careless, right? It should be. Otherwise, why would he be hit by a child? Shaking his head, the spirit tiger stood up and panted heavily, gradually regaining his senses. Little child, you've angered me. He glared at the boy not far away and said fiercely. The physical blow was secondary. The main thing was that he was punched right in the face by the child in front of Monkey and the others. That was way too embarrassing. Swash. The spirit tiger's figure flashed and his blood chi burst forth. Thunderbolts coiled around his body and he exuded a domineering aura unique to the tiger race. Roar. The spirit tiger roared at the boy. A strong wind howled. You're so noisy. The boy frowned, somewhat angry. Initially, he wanted to teach the spirit tiger a lesson. However, he did not expect the latter to get up and even shout at him. That made him extremely displeased. Swash! The spirit tiger felt his vision blur and the boy had already vanished on the spot. So fast. The spirit tiger's heart sank and he did not have time to think. Waving his hand, he released thunderous might and struck forward. Bang! Before the spirit tiger's fist touched the boy's clothes, his face was severely injured once more. After a moment of dizziness, the spirit tiger realized that he was sent flying by another punch from the boy. When he got up from the ground, both his cheeks were swollen and his head was truly as swollen as a tiger's. This time round, Monkey and the others did not laugh. They had fought countless battles and had sharp eyes. Naturally, they could tell that although the boy looked innocent and cute, his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Within the same realm, there were not many demons that could defeat the spirit tiger. Even though the spirit tiger did not take on his true form and was not at his peak condition, the boy was still in human form as well. Interesting. Monkey smacked his lips with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. He loved fighting the most in his life. Back then, when he first met Suzimo, they stayed in that cave for half a year and fought almost every day. Now that he saw how strong the boy was, Monkey's hands were itching as well. Little child, I'll play with you. Monkey grinned and stamped his foot on the ground, scurrying over. A malevolent aura surged as he reached out with his furry palm and grabbed at the boy. As though he could tell that Monkey was not weak, the boy straightened his face and focused. Bang! 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 The boy clashed against Monkey 3 times consecutively without being disadvantaged. Monkey was initially holding back, worried that he would injure the boy. However, the two of them clashed repeatedly and Monkey's strength continued to increase. In the end, even after pushing it to his limits, he could not force the boy back. Furthermore, Monkey could vaguely sense that the child still had strength left. Monkey was fearless and delighted at the sight of his prey. He no longer held back and released all his strength to fight the boy. Whose child is this? He's already so amazing at such a young age. Ching Ching was puzzled. Among the 7 of them, Monkey was ranked 3rd in terms of combat strength and could even fight against Dharma characteristic Tao Lords. How was this child so powerful? 5th, what are you able to tell? Ching Ching glanced sideways and asked. Night Spirit pondered for a moment before saying, Peach Blossom wood is extremely powerful to begin with. In the primordial era, it was known as the Dragon Subduing Wood and the Ghost Terror Wood. Many races refer to it as the Immortal Wood. One could imagine how strong it was to be able to subdue dragons, ward off evil and exorcise ghost. So amazing. Ching Ching was secretly speechless. Cuckoo was puzzled and could not help but say, however, there are very few peach blossom trees that are sentient in the demon realm. Even if they are sentient, they are rarely able to cultivate to this realm, let alone possess such strong combat strength. That will depend on how the peach blossom tree became sentient, Night Spirit said. What do you mean by that? Ching Ching and the others did not understand. Night Spirit explained, to put it simply, if the peach blossom tree is sentient after a long period of evolution and nurtured by the heaven and earth spirit chi, the power it can control will be limited. Or perhaps it was a coincidence that it gained sentience and entered the path of cultivation. That's normal as well. After pausing for a moment, Night Spirit continued, however, it's a different story if it gained sentience because its intellect was unlocked upon guidance by an expert. Expert? Ching Ching and the others asked instinctively. Night Spirit said, for example, if an immortal were to guide this peach blossom tree and allow it to gain sentience, that would mean that the Tao legacy of this peach blossom tree comes from this immortal. Once it enters cultivation, its potential will be unimaginable. Ching Ching and the others understood. There were many similar legends in Tianhuang mainland. It was said that immortals of the upper realm often cultivated on a green stone. Over time, the green stone gained sentience and intellect. Even the green stone became extremely powerful and invincible once it started cultivating. In that case, the person who guided this peach blossom tree to gain sentience has an extraordinary background. Ching Ching speculated, Could it be a grand or old demon? A grand demon was equivalent to a conjoint body mighty figure. Old demons were equivalent to Mahayana patriarchs. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure fell with a bang. In midair, the figure released his blood chi once more and barely controlled his body before landing on the ground and staggering 3 steps back. The one who was beaten back was Monkey. This time round, Ching Ching and the others were truly shocked. Even Monkey could not defeat this little boy. Night Spirit frowned slightly and murmured with a deep gaze, "The person who guided this peach blossom tree is probably much more terrifying than a Mahayana patriarch. Brother Monkey, don't worry. I'll help you." At the side, the spirit tiger rubbed his swollen face and was about to pounce forward furiously. "Get back here." Ching Ching chided, "You 2 men, aren't you ashamed to join forces against a child?" The spirit tiger blushed. He did not want to either, but he felt aggrieved. If news of him being beaten up by a child spread, he would not be able to survive in Howling Moon Mountain anymore. You bunch of bad guys, come at me together. I'm not afraid." Right then, the boy's childish voice sounded. Bloody hell. At that moment, the spirit tiger could not take it anymore. Ignoring Ching Ching's obstruction, he charged forward and scolded, "You little brat, let's see how your grandpa tiger will deal with you. Count me in." The golden lion could not help but join in the fun. Monkey, the spirit tiger and golden lion lunged forward. Trap. The boy conjured hand seals with both hands and shouted softly. Suddenly, branches grew out of nowhere beneath the feet of Monkey and the other 2 and weaved into a cage, trapping them within. The 3 of them released their attacks one after another, but they could not charge out at all. Although the peach blossom tree branch looked as thick as an infant's arm, it was unusually tough and invulnerable. Roar. The spirit tiger and the golden lion reverted to their true forms. However, the golden lion was still unable to cut through the peach blossom tree branch with his claws. Relying on the 4 incomparably sharp tiger claws that he had fused with in the past, the spirit tiger managed to sever a few peach blossom tree branches. However, the tree branches were endless and filled the gaps rapidly. Monkey's condition was not much better. He summoned Imminent and broke a few branches. However, Imminent was entangled by the newly grown branches layer by layer and was completely entangled within me. It was only then that the boy revealed a smug expression and waved his fist. "Bad guys, do you know how strong I am now?" Chapter 1172, Walloped for Nothing. Chapter 1172, Walloped for Nothing. Ching Ching and Cuckoo exchanged glances, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Apart from his frightening combat strength, the boy looked like a naive and adorable child. In the cage made of peach blossom wood, the golden lion had already given up and laid down obediently. He finally understood that his strength was unnecessary. After the spirit tiger reverted to its true form, it roared in the cage and charged left and right, unable to get out despite being exhausted. The spirit tiger gave up as well. "Little child, you win," the spirit tiger said weakly. Monkey was motionless. He would never admit defeat. There was no such thing as admitting defeat in his bloodline. However, Monkey felt conflicted. Was he going to trigger the berserk power in his bloodline just because of this child? Once he went berserk, he would become extremely dangerous. Apart from his closest kin such as the spirit tiger and the others, he would recognize no one else. Irrational, the only thing on his mind would be to kill without any sense of propriety. Monkey was worried that he would injure the child in his berserk state. He could also tell that this child was kind-hearted and did not have the savage and vicious aura of other fiend demons. Instead, he had a scholarly aura. It was a familiar feeling. However, Monkey could not recall it at that moment. Yet, if he did not use the berserk power of his bloodline, he would truly be subdued by this child. After he obtained Imminent, even if he was severely injured, he had never lost his weapon. But now, even Imminent was entangled by the intertwining branches and was completely out of his control. This was unprecedented. He could not admit defeat. Monkey's eyes gradually turned bloodshot. When she saw that, Ching Ching frowned slightly with a worried expression. She was well aware of Monkey's bloodshot eyes and his berserk state, He was a terrifying existence that could not be controlled. Notwithstanding the increase in his speed and strength, Monkey would not even feel pain, and his combat strength would increase exponentially. Heh! Just as Ching Ching was worried, the boy tilted his head and exclaimed softly, as though he had sensed something as well. "That's a little dangerous, eh?" The boy blinked and murmured. Although he had never fought Monkey in his berserk state before, he was extremely sharp and could already sense the danger. The boy pondered for a moment before changing his hand seal and channeling dharmic powers into the cage. Suddenly, pink flower buds grew from the tree branches of the cage. Before long, all the flower buds bloomed under the watchful gazes of Ching Ching and the others. The peach blossoms were tender and beautiful, emitting a faint fragrance that refreshed the heart. Monkey felt his consciousness blur from the fragrance as his eyelids grew heavy and he felt drowsy. The blood light in his eyes gradually faded as well. After persisting for a moment, Monkey could not hold on and fell with a thud in the cage, snoring loudly. Ching Ching was dumbfounded. That was possible. The boy was so smart that he did not fight Monkey head-on. Instead, he changed his tactics and prevented Monkey from releasing the berserk power. Of course, the fragrance of the peach blossom was also extraordinary since it could knock out Monkey. In that short period of time, Monkey, the spirit tiger and the golden lion were suppressed by a mere child. Ching Ching pondered. Even if she and Cuckoo went up, nothing would change. They reigned supreme in Howling Moon Mountain and were invincible. Furthermore, they caused a huge ruckus at the North Region Dao meet. To think that they would lose to a child in front of this insignificant Pingyang town. If this child was already so strong, who knew what sort of a character the young master he mentioned was? Of course, they were not completely defeated either. At the very least, Night Spirit had not attacked yet. The moment that thought flashed through her mind, Ching Ching suddenly realized that Night Spirit had disappeared unknowingly. She seemed to have thought of something as she raised her head and looked towards the boy. A figure appeared behind the boy silently like a ghost, staring at him expressionlessly. All of a sudden, Night Spirit attacked. The boy seemed to have sensed something and darted forward. Sheeing. The clothes on the boy's arm were still torn by Night Spirit's fingertip, revealing an arm that resembled a lotus root. His skin was tender and fair with a faint trace of blood on it. Night Spirit exclaimed softly with a bright gaze. Even most Dharma characteristic Dao Lords could not dodge his attack. To think that the boy's senses would be so sharp. Of course, he still managed to injure the boy, although the wound was extremely shallow. The boy looked at the wound on his arm and felt aggrieved. His eyes were moist. He turned around and glared at Night Spirit angrily, raising a pair of small fists. "Bad guy, you've hurt me." The child was innocent and did not even know how to curse. Even though he was hurt by Night Spirit and was extremely aggrieved and furious, he could only address the latter as bad guy. In his heart, there were only 3 types of people in the world. Good people, bad people, and his young master. Night Spirit smiled at the boy's rebuke and was not bothered. All of a sudden, he retracted its smile. His gaze landed on the boy's injured arm. In that short period of time, the wound on the boy's arm had disappeared without a single scar left behind. What strong regeneration capabilities! Night Spirit's heart skipped a beat. That regeneration capability was even comparable to his. Just as Night Spirit's mind was in a state of chaos, the boy charged forward and took a step forward. Leaning forward, he extended his arms from his abdomen and clenched his fists. His index finger protruded slightly as he thrust forward in a gentle motion. Moo. At the same time, a stream of air spewed out from the boy's mouth and nose, forming a strange dull sound. Instantly, the boy's figure seemed to vanish and was replaced by a terrifying bull demon with horns that pierced the skies. Night Spirit saw that this move seemed familiar and was filled with killing intent. He recognized its potency and did not take it head-on as he vanished in a flash. Without hesitation, the boy changed his stance and spun around. Protecting his chest with his left hand, he clenched his right fist and his flesh expanded, forming a gigantic seal that smashed towards his back. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Night Spirit's figure appeared. The boy's eyes lit up and he changed his stance once more. Opening his fist, it suddenly turned soft and landed on Night Spirit's palm with a coil and a tremble. Swoosh! The boy's palm landed in the void with a crisp sound. He missed. Stop fighting. Right then, Monkey's voice sounded. The boy could not divert his attention to control the cage while battling Night Spirit. The spirit tiger and the golden lion woke up quickly. Monkey woke up as well. The moment he woke up, he saw the boy turn around and execute a move that he was most familiar with, Sanguine Ape Fist Seal. A thought flashed through Monkey's mind as he shouted hurriedly. The boy refused to stop and glared at Night Spirit angrily, shouting in a huff, "Bad guy, don't run." However, Night Spirit did not move. He recognized the origin of the moves that the child had used earlier on as well. Monkey looked at the child and asked in a deep voice, "Little child, is your young master's surname Sue?" "Eh, how did you know?" The boy was stunned and asked curiously with widened eyes. Ching Ching and the others gradually understood as well. The spirit tiger had a glum expression as he rubbed his swollen cheek and grumbled, "Bloody hell, we've been fighting among ourselves the entire time. I got walloped for nothing." Chapter 1173 Life Imprint. Chapter 1173 Life Imprint. When Ching Ching found out that the boy was related to Suzimo, she was even happier. The more she looked at the boy, the more she liked him. "You deserve it." She saw the aggrieved look on the spirit tiger's face and could not help but laugh. "Who asked you to bully a child? Sister, have you ever seen such a ferocious child?" The spirit tiger rolled its eyes with a dark expression. Not only did the boy suppress the three of them, he was not disadvantaged even in a fight against Night Spirit. The golden lion exclaimed, "First is truly amazing. When did he nurture such a monster incarnate?" The boy was confused and could not help but ask, "You guys know my young master?" "More than that." Monkey grinned. "We're very close to your young master and are sworn siblings. Your young master is our big brother." "Is that so?" The boy tilted his head and blinked his eyes. His pitch-black eyes darted around in a skeptical manner. Ching Ching asked curiously, "First didn't mention us to you?" When he heard that, a look of disappointment crossed the boy's face. Lowering his head slightly, he said in a soft voice, "No, the young master only spoke to me twice." "How is that possible?" The spirit tiger shook his head. "If First didn't talk much to you, how did you learn all these killing moves?" As he said that, the spirit tiger gestured twice. "Those moves?" The boy shook his head. "Young master didn't teach them to me." "He didn't." Ching Ching, the spirit tiger and the others exchanged glances. They could tell that the other party was confused. In their impression, Suzimo was the only one who knew those killing moves. If it was not taught by Suzimo, where did the boy learn it from? "First didn't teach you how to cultivate?" Ching Ching asked again. The boy shook his head. "I've only seen the scene when young master broke through to the Golden Core realm. After I gained sentience, those moves and some dharmic formulations for cultivation were already in my mind." "That's strange. If not for First, who else would know those moves?" The spirit tiger murmured. Monkey's heart skipped a beat as a figure in blood-colored robes appeared in his mind. "Ha!" he murmured softly. Only Monkey knew that apart from Suzimo, there was another person who knew those moves. In a night more than 100 years ago, this mysterious woman imparted to him a dharmic formulation of the ape race before disappearing. Night Spirit once said that the stronger the origin of the peach blossom tree's sentience, the greater the potential of the boy. If that was the case, the mysterious woman was probably the one who helped the peach blossom tree gain sentience. No wonder this boy was frighteningly strong. So, he had inherited the legacy of that mysterious woman. Ching Ching came to the boy's side and squatted down, asking with a smile, "How long has it been since you've seen your young master?" "More than 100 years. The boy counted with his fingers. "What did your young master tell you before he left?" Ching Ching asked again. The boy replied in a serious manner, "He told me to protect the citizens of this place." "So, you've been guarding this place for more than 100 years. A gentle look flashed through Ching Ching's eyes. The boy nodded vigorously. "I've never left all these years. The citizens of Pingyang Town have been living well too." "Yes, we saw that." Ching nodded. For some reason, everyone felt a sense of softness in their hearts when they saw the boy like that. Even the spirit tiger's resentment towards the boy vanished instantly. For the sake of a single sentence, this child shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting his people and did not take a single step away. Just how many dangers and difficulties did he experience during this period of time? Previously, the North region experienced the calamity of the witch Gu, but there were no signs of it happening here. It must be because of the protection of this boy. This child did not even know when the end would be. In fact, he didn't even know when he could see his young master again. All he remembered was that sentence left to him before his young master left. With that, he remained here for more than 100 years. The boy seemed to have let down his guard against Ching and the others as he continued, "Right, I'll also bear many peaches every year to distribute to the grannies and grandpas of the town. After consuming the peaches, they get to live for a long time." Everyone was enlightened. It was no wonder why they saw so many old people in Pingyang town. It was because of the protection of this child. Seems like the legend about the peach blossom tree is true. Night Spirit said, "Legend has it that some immortal peaches can extend one's lifespan by hundreds or even thousands of years after eating them." Of course, the boy was far from that level. The fruits he bore could only help the mortals extend their lifespans by dozens of years. There have been many bad guys like us over the years, right? Ching asked with a smile. The boy nodded. Immediately after, he shook his head and blinked his clear eyes. He met Ching's gaze and said, "You guys are not bad. Those bad guys are truly bad. Those bad guys wanted to snatch things because they were strong. They killed and bullied people everywhere. However, they were all beaten away by me." "You beat them away?" Everyone was surprised and the spirit tiger could not help but ask, "You didn't kill them?" In their minds, they believed that they had to be ruthless to their enemies and kill them all. There was no such thing as beating their enemies away. "No." The boy shook his head. "I don't know how to kill and I don't want to kill either. Every life is precious and I don't want to hurt them." To Monkey and the others, those words sounded extremely ridiculous. If they had that belief, they would not be able to survive in the cruel demon and cultivation world. However, Monkey and the others did not mock, ridicule or scoff at him. This child's heart was pure and kind. The world in his eyes was also beautiful and gentle. In his heart, every life was precious and worthy of respect. Monkey and the others did not want to and could not bear to break the beautiful world in the child's heart. This child was definitely an anomaly in Tianhuang mainland. He was so powerful but he had never killed anyone before. Perhaps those with such beliefs would not be able to survive in this cruel world. However, they would protect this child. Su Zimo would protect this child. If possible, they did not want the child's hands to be stained with blood. Monkey and the others did not know that it was not a coincidence that the boy possessed such conviction. The origin of this peach blossom tree's sentience was Dai Yu. However, in reality, apart from himself, there was another life imprint in the peach blossom tree, Zui Feng, who died in perfected being Kang Lang's hands. That was Su Zimo's favorite mount in the pass. Back then, Su Zimo buried Zui Feng's ashes under the peach blossom tree with immense sorrow. Dai Yu witnessed everything. That was the reason why Zui Feng's remnant soul was fused into the peach blossom tree, granting it an immortal opportunity to gain sentience and impart Tao under the tree. Although the current boy was transformed from a peach blossom tree, he actually had the imprint of Zui Feng within his consciousness. Against the power of a golden core, Zui Feng was defenseless and deeply felt the helplessness and pain. That was the reason why the boy did not wish to harm any life in his consciousness. The imprint left behind by Zui Feng was also the reason why this boy, the manifestation of the peach blossom tree sentience, relied and trusted Su Zimo so much. Chapter 1174, Center of Attention. Chapter 1174, Center of Attention. After the North Region Dao meet ended, the cultivation world of the North Region did not calm down at all. Desolate Marshal challenged Dao being Xian Yu to a duel in the old capital of Yang Country on the 5th of April. Xian Yu accepted the challenge. Before the battle even began, it was already the center of attention with a huge commotion. Firstly, both parties involved in the fight were extremely special. One of them was Dao being Desolate Marshal, known as the #1 monster incarnate in history. The other was a glass palace cultivator, Dao Lord Xian Yu. Both of them were famous. More importantly, this was a battle that had a major cultivation realm gap. This battle would definitely be a life and death battle as well, since neither side could afford to lose. For a period of time, the North region was in turmoil and countless sects and factions were paying attention to the battle, setting things into motion from behind the scenes. At the beginning of April, cultivators lingered around the old capital of Yang country. All the cultivators wanted to witness this unprecedented battle personally. I heard that the feud between Desolate Marshal and Xian Yu was established more than 100 years ago. That's right. This place was originally flourishing and prosperous. It was because of Xian Yu's orders that this capital was reduced to ruins. Some cultivators stood on the ruins of the old capital and discussed the matter. Who do you guys think will win this battle? It'll definitely be Dao Lord Xian Yu. A cultivator analyzed. If it was an ordinary Dharma characteristic Dao Lord, Desolate Marshal would definitely have a high chance of winning. However, I heard that Dao Lord Xian Yu is extremely strong and is ranked second among the Dharma characteristic Dao Lords of Glass Palace, second only to Dao Lord Glass. Dao Lord Glass was the titular disciple of Glass Palace. The reason why he was conferred the title of Dao Lord Glass was also because Su Zimo killed this generation's titular disciple of Glass Palace back in the Dao inheritance ground. More than 100 years ago, Xian Yu was only a void reversion. Now that he's already at the Dharma characteristic realm, he's not someone easy to deal with. I believe that Dao Lord Xian Yu will win as well. Not necessarily. Another cultivator shook his head. I heard that many Dharma characteristic Dao Lords died in the hands of Desolate Marshal at the North Region Dao meet. Over the past few days, the topic of discussion was the outcome of the battle. Look, the Glass Palace cultivators have appeared again. A cultivator pointed to the skies not far away and said, for the past few days, Glass Palace cultivators would descend to the vicinity of the old capital of Yang country almost every day to check things out. They're worried that Desolate Marshal might set up a trap in the ruins. A cultivator shook his head and pursed his lips. Glass Palace is being too petty. Since Desolate Marshal set up the challenge openly, why would he do something like that? As time passed, more and more cultivators gathered. Even the sect masters of the various upper sects and aristocratic families were here personally to watch the battle. The commotion was shocking and spectacular. The Empress of Great Ju, Ji Yaoxue, led an army over personally. The old Immortal Crane of Ethereal Peak led her disciples to spectate as well. At the same time, outside the old capital of Yang country, a woman arrived. She had black hair like a waterfall and wore snow-white clothes. She was extremely beautiful with icy skin and jade bones. Her eyes were bright and charming and could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. The white-robed woman looked at the ruins in silence. Suddenly, a furry head popped out of the woman's embrace with a pair of tiny paws. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she asked in a daze, "Are we here?" "Yes." The white-robed woman replied. The little beast seemed to be invigorated as it popped its head out and looked in the direction of the old capital of Yang country. It was a fiery red little fox. "Goddess True Jade, wasn't I right? Young Master hasn't forgotten about me. He's doing this to take revenge for me," the little fox said smugly. "There's nothing praiseworthy about dragging it on for more than 100 years. The white-robed woman replied with a hint of disdain. Little Fox frowned slightly and argued, "This is already amazing of Young Master. He's a major cultivation realm away from Dao Lord Xian Yu. Goddess True Jade, you seem to have some prejudice against Young Master." The white-robed woman recalled the scene in the depths of the cave and felt flustered. Her cheeks flushed as she grit her teeth and did not continue. "No matter what, Goddess True Jade, I've won this bet." Little Fox replied happily, "Young Master has never forgotten about me and will definitely protect me. Don't worry." The white-robed woman had a calm expression. "We'll talk about it after he wins this battle." A Dharma characteristic Tao Lord of Glass Palace isn't going to be so easy to deal with. If he loses, it'll mean that I was right. That person doesn't have the ability to protect you and you'll have to follow me from now on. In the palace of the old capital of Yang country. It was a day away from the 5th of April. Su Zimo was still cultivating in a dilapidated palace. He had been isolated from the outside world for the past few days and his cultivation realm had not changed. However, he was in no hurry. The more anxious one was, the more likely they would fall into a quagmire of cultivation and be unable to extricate themselves. Nyan Chi stood at the entrance, guarding it day and night. Monkey and the others had arrived a few days ago as well. Among them, there was a child wearing a white jacket. His eyes were black and he was extremely intelligent. Monkey and the others knew that Su Zimo was at a critical juncture of his cultivation breakthrough and did not barge in recklessly, waiting outside. The night before the final battle. Suddenly, 2 beams of light shone within the pitch-black palace. Those were Su Zimo's eyes. His aura rose continuously. Endless dharmic powers surged into his body, forming vortexes that connected heaven and earth. After a long time, the trend gradually slowed down and stopped. He had broken through. Perfected void reversion realm. Su Zimo could clearly sense that his essence spirit had truly turned whole and full at that moment. There were no flaws at all on his body. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He seemed to have understood something and closed his eyes in deep thought. He only reopened his eyes once again at daybreak. When he tried to comprehend about the epiphany of the previous night, a smile finally appeared on his face. Sensing that Su Zimo was fine, Monkey and the others no longer waited and entered the palace. "You guys are back." Su Zimo swept his gaze across Monkey and the others and smiled. All of a sudden, his gaze paused and landed on a boy among Monkey and the others. The boy looked at him as well. Although the boy was trying his best to control himself, Su Zimo could see the excitement and joy in his eyes. The boy looked unfamiliar. Su Zimo could guarantee that he had never seen the boy before. However, for some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity from the boy. He looked at the boy's pitch-black and intelligent eyes and shuddered as though he had suddenly thought of something. He finally knew where the sense of familiarity from the boy came from. That pair of eyes and that gaze were almost identical to Zui Feng, who had accompanied him through his growth. At the same time, Su Zimo caught sight of the boy's true form. Instantly, he understood many things. Chapter 1175, Blood Tribute. Chapter 1175, Blood Tribute. Greetings, young master. The boy mimicked the scholars of the mortal world and walked forward respectfully, cupping his fists at Su Zimo. After the peach blossom tree gained sentience, the only person it came into contact with was Su Zimo. His actions and words would also imitate Su Zimo subconsciously, making him look like an obedient and cute little scholar. "You've already cultivated to that realm?" Su Zimo was slightly surprised. Ching Ching and the others exchanged glances and smiled as they recounted everything that happened after they met the boy. Su Zimo was touched when he heard the boy share his peaches with the elders of Pingyang Town to extend their lifespans. "Why did you do that?" Su Zimo already had a guess, but he still looked at the boy and asked gently. The boy said, "Your kin departed more than 100 years ago. I saw that you were devastated and thought of helping the mortals in the town live longer once I was successful in my cultivation." That day, when Su Zimo was under the tree and watched Su Hong pass away, he was in great pain. The peach blossom tree witnessed everything. However, his cultivation was still shallow back then and he could not do anything. He could only shake his tree branches and grow some peach blossoms to comfort Su Zimo. "Come over." Su Zimo beckoned to the boy with a gentle gaze. Not only did the boy have Zui Feng's life imprint, there were also some traces of Dai Yu. He had witnessed the scene where Dai Yu imparted her Dao. Although it was Su Zimo's first time seeing the boy, he had an indescribable feeling towards the latter and was fond of him. "First, this child doesn't have a name yet. Give him one," Ching Ching said. Monkey grinned. "What name do you want? You should learn from me and just call yourself Peach. That's too perfunctory." The spirit tiger shook his head. "If you ask me, I think we should call him Dao Potian. It'll be as domineering as my Hu Batian. That's terrible. Ching Ching and the others frowned in disdain. Even the boy pouted. Pondering for a moment, Suzimo said, "There are clouds in ancient poems and the peach blossoms shine brilliantly. Peaches are abundant with fruits and flesh. Peaches grow luxuriously with lush leaves. Why don't we call you Dao Yarrow?" "All right." The boy smiled. Right then, Suzimo's heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he stood up slowly and looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the endless void and land on a person. "He's finally here." Suzimo rose slowly and passed through the dilapidated hall. Arriving in midair, he stood on the wind. A cultivator was flying over from the eastern horizon. That person wore a golden daoist robe and had his hands behind his back. He had a grim expression and every single step he took in the void seemed to be calculated accurately without any mistake. Dao Lord Xian Yu. Even after more than 100 years, Suzimo recognized this person at a glance. At that moment, the sun had just risen. Behind Dao Lord Xian Yu, the morning sun shone with a golden glow that illuminated the world and enveloped his figure. It was as though Dao Lord Xian Yu was treading on light with the morning sun on his back. Under the illumination of the light, his face shone with a glass-like luster that was impossible to look at. A powerful aura surged over. When they saw that, the cultivators around the old capital were shocked. Even though they were watching from below, they could sense the unparalleled might of Dao Lord Xian Yu as though he was one with the world. By cultivating to the Dharma characteristic realm, one would be able to condense a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. By borrowing the power of the heaven and earth, one's comprehension of the heaven and earth was almost at its peak. It was even more so for Dao Lord Xian Yu. Even the surrounding cultivators felt a sense of pressure. It was hard to imagine how Suzimo would feel facing him head-on, as expected of the second strongest Dharma characteristic of Glass Palace. To think that he could gather such might. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect lamented. As sect masters, they were Dharma characteristic Dao Lords who had been famous for a long time. It had only been 100 years since Dao Lord Xian Yu entered the Dharma characteristic realm. However, he had already surpassed many of the sect masters. As one of the immortal sects, Glass Palace naturally had its strength. Blaze Columbus Valley's Valley Master said, "There shouldn't be any suspense in this battle after seeing Dao Lord Xian Yu's capabilities. Desolate Marshal's trump cards have been completely exposed at the North Region Dao meet. Dao Lord Xian Yu represents Glass Palace in this battle and he won't tolerate failure. He must have made thorough preparations." The sect master of Heavenly Piercing Sword sect said. The moment Dao Lord Xian Yu appeared, even some cultivators who were initially confident in Suzimo were shaken. His power was on a completely different level. Even some Dharma characteristic Dao Lords present could not resist Dao Lord Xian Yu's aura, let alone void reversions. However, unexpectedly, even when Dao Lord Xian Yu was 100 feet away from Suzimo, the latter was still indifferent and did not retreat at all. It was as though Suzimo could not feel any pressure under such circumstances. How was that possible? "Desolate Marshal, we meet again." Dao Lord Xian Yu smiled gently. "To be honest, I truly did not expect you to survive and grow to this point." Surprisingly, the meeting between the two of them was not as tense as everyone imagined it to be. Dao Lord Xian Yu looked at Suzimo with a relaxed expression without any killing intent. He continued, "I'm here to give you another choice. If you choose to join Glass Palace, the grudges between you and us can be written off. After joining Glass Palace, the other sects will no longer dare to cause trouble for you either." The moment he said that, the crowd stirred. Dao Lord Xian Yu is here to express his goodwill on behalf of Glass Palace. Glass Palace seems to be very sincere. Entering Glass Palace is a win-win situation. Many cultivators discussed softly. As one of the 9 immortal sects, Glass Palace was a sacred cultivation ground that many cultivators yearned to join. Who wouldn't want to join? Only the sect masters of some upper sects and aristocratic families sneered internally when they heard that and thought to themselves that it was vicious. How many Glass Palace cultivators had been killed by Suzimo in the past 100 years? Even the titular disciple of Glass Palace was killed in the Dao inheritance ground. How could they let bygones be bygones? The reason why Dao Lord Xian Yu said that was not to gain Su Zimo's trust. However, as long as Su Zimo's heart wavered, he would have lost this battle. At the very least, many cultivators in the crowd were tempted. These sect masters had lived for thousands of years and they were extremely experienced. What sort of tricks had they not seen before? In fact, they were certain that as long as Su Zimo's mind fluctuated slightly, Dao Lord Xian Yu would definitely seize the opportunity to strike. Xian Yu, you don't have to put in so much effort. Su Zimo's expression was mocking as he said coldly, I challenged you here today to kill you. Even if you want to commit suicide, I won't allow it. He was not even allowed to commit suicide. Su Zimo wanted to kill him personally. The smile on Dao Lord Xian Yu's face gradually disappeared. His expression was frighteningly dark and filled with killing intent, revealing a menacing expression. Su Zimo walked towards Dao Lord Xian Yu with a burning gaze and said slowly, I'm going to use your blood as a tribute to this land. I'll use it as a tribute to my older brother and the citizens of Yang country. It will be used as a tribute to appease the innocent souls of the 13 cities of Yang country 100 years ago. Each time he mentioned the word tribute, Su Zimo's aura would increase by a fraction. When the final word was stated, Su Zimo's aura was at his peak and he attacked brazenly. Chapter 1176, Battle of Dharmic Art. Chapter 1176, Battle of Dharmic Arts. Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit and the daming mantra exploded. At the same time, Su Zimo changed his hand seals repeatedly and almost instantly, he conjured 3 offensive daming dharmic seals. The Fiend Suppression Seal, Demon Subduing Seal and Immortal Trap Seal descended at the same time. Instantly, the world changed and shook. At the end of the firmaments, Buddhist light shone through the clouds and illuminated the world. 3 gigantic golden palms that seemed corporeal crushed down towards Dao Lord Xian Yu with the boundless might of heaven and earth. Without any probing, Su Zimo attacked with all his might. He had waited too long for this battle. More than 100 years ago, he was almost helpless against Dao Lord Xian Yu. But now, he was already standing opposite Dao Lord Xian Yu. Is that the legendary lost secret skill of Daming Monastery? The combined power of the 3 dharmic seals has already exceeded the limits of some dharma characteristic Dao Lord. Desolate Marshal is only at the void reversion realm. To think that his dharmic powers would be so terrifying that they can summon the might of heaven and earth to create such a massive commotion. The 3 dharmic seals descended and shone with a blinding golden light, causing the air to turn dry. Dao Lord Xian Yu did not move at all as he looked at the golden palms that were crushing down. A look of disdain flashed through his eyes as he hollered softly, Scarlet Rainbow Sacred Slash. A dharmic art formed in Dao Lord Xian Yu's palm. Following that, a scarlet light burst forth from his palm and shot out in all directions. It was as though a blazing sun was crushed by Dao Lord Xian Yu. Poof, poof, poof. The scarlet beams collided with the golden palms and after a brief stalemate, the golden palms were corroded and penetrated. In the blink of an eye, the 3 gigantic, sacred golden palms were riddled with holes and dimmed. How dare you use such petty tricks to embarrass yourself? Dao Lord Xian Yu sneered. In reality, all the cultivators present knew that there was a major cultivation realm difference between them. The fact that Desolate Marshal could fight Dao Lord Xian Yu head-on without being disadvantaged proved the power of that dharmic art. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect said indifferently, it's a pity that he has yet to master the Daming Dharmic Seal. I heard that the final 2 dharmic seals of the Daming Dharmic Seal are the most powerful. However, they were lost tens of thousands of years ago. It's only normal that this lad doesn't know. The Valley Master of Blaze Columbus Valley said. The 2 dharmic arts had yet to dissipate and the dharmic powers in the void still possessed immense destructive power. However, Dao Lord Xian Yu had a fearless expression. Relying on his powerful body, his figure flashed and he turned into a streak of light, speeding towards Su Zimo through the layers of dharmic powers. Here he comes. He's trying to kill Dao being Desolate Marshal in melee combat. The cultivators were shocked. Glass Palace was one of the strongest body-tempering supersects among the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects. Legend has it that when the sect's secret skill, Glass Heart Sutra, was cultivated to its limits, one's body was comparable to dharmic treasures and was indestructible, able to fight against pure-blooded ferocious beast. Glass Palace was the strongest in physique and bloodline. Everyone knew that Desolate Marshall's body was crippled by a half-martial ancestor 10 years ago. Although his reconstructed body displayed immense strength at the North Region Dao meet, he was most likely still slightly weaker than Dao Lord Shen Yu. Su Zimo was also aware of this. Back then, he was best at melee combat. Therefore, he knew one thing best: if Dao Lord Shen Yu closed in, his situation would become extremely dangerous and passive. Swish! Su Zimo's body flashed with lightning as a pair of gigantic wings grew on his back. He burst forth with speed and retreated rapidly, trying his best to distance himself. At the same time, he conjured another dharmic art. Bang! Boom! Boom! As his dharmic art was formed, the skies were filled with dark clouds in the blink of an eye. It was frighteningly dark with flashes of lightning. Purple thunderstorm. He pointed forward. One after another, purple lightning descended onto the ground, tearing the void apart. Purple lightning coiled and formed a storm that connected the heavens and the earth that swept towards Dao Lord Shen Yu. That was the power of a top-tier dharmic art. It could cause the world to tremble and summon the wind and rain. Su Zimo's attacks had yet to stop. The seal in his hands changed once more and a gigantic thunderbolt formed in the middle of the dark cloud. A bedazzling sea of lightning appeared above Dao Lord Shen Yu's head and the endless power of thunder condensed into a single point that descended. The fury of thunder. Purple thunderstorm, fury of thunder. All the top dharmic arts of the Great Void Spirit Refinement section descended and almost drowned Dao Lord Shen Yu. The crowd was shocked. If they had not witnessed it personally, they would not have imagined that such a dharmic art was released by a void reversion. Dao Lord Shen Yu chanted with a grim expression. Let the body be like glass, transparent inside out and cleansed of impurities, turning indestructible. Suddenly, his body was shrouded by a mysterious glow. From head to toe, he was flawless and indestructible like glass. Even in the sea of thunder, it was not shaken. Streaks of blazing lightning struck his glass-true body and dissipated instantly. Su Zimo's expression was cold and he was not surprised at all. He had never intended to severely injure Dao Lord Shen Yu with the purple thunderstorm and fury of thunder. His true killing move was hidden within the massive thunderbolt. Nobody noticed that there were dozens of inconspicuous green lotus seeds that resembled eternal sand floating in the resplendent sea of lightning. The lotus seeds shone brightly. However, it was covered by the blinding lightning. The creation green lotus seed. Right after the arrival of the purple thunderstorm and fury of thunder, Su Zimo's eyes shone with a cold glint as he channeled his spirit consciousness and said softly, /. The 54 green lotus seeds gathered rapidly and formed an exquisite and tiny green lotus sword in the sea of lightning. The green lotus sword emitted a terrifying aura that far surpassed the two thunder dharmic art. It was a killing sword that targeted the essence spirit. A single slash could sever the essence spirit. Even Dao Lord Shen Yu's glass-true body could not defend against it. The green lotus sword descended almost at the same time as the fury of thunder and slashed towards Dao Lord Shen Yu's head. Dao Lord Shen Yu, who was in the midst of the lightning, conjured his glass-true body to defend against the lightning. All of a sudden, he felt a strong sense of danger. It was as though he was about to face a calamity the next moment. How could that be? Dao Lord Shen Yu was puzzled. Although the power of those two thunder dharmic arts was strong, he could definitely defend against them with his glass-true body. Why did he feel such trepidation? At his cultivation realm, he had an extremely keen sense of danger. It felt like a whim and he was definitely not imagining things. Without any time to think, Dao Lord Shen Yu made a prompt decision. With a thought, a black dharmic weapon suddenly flew out from his consciousness and hovered above his head. Clang! At the same time, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The green lotus sword struck the black dharmic weapon heavily and released a terrifying spirit consciousness that suppressed the surrounding thunderbolts instantly. Fire-blocking basket. In the crowd, in the embrace of a white-robed woman, the little fox exclaimed with widened eyes. Chapter 1177, Forced into Melee Combat. Chapter 1177, Forced into Melee Combat. The black dharmic weapon resembled an inverted metal bowl with mysterious patterns etched on it, revealing 9 holes. Suzimo focused his gaze. That black dharmic weapon was none other than the fire-blocking basket that Tao Lord Shen Yu snatched away from Little Fox more than 100 years ago. To think that the fire-blocking basket could defend against the attack of the Green Lotus sword. At that moment, the 2 dharmic weapons collided and the Green Lotus sword dispersed, transforming into 54 Green Lotus seeds that returned to Suzimo's consciousness. It was only at this moment that the crowd reacted and burst into a commotion. Desolate Marshal is way too ruthless. He released a killing move that targets the Essence Spirit right away. How dangerous. If Tao Lord Shen Yu was slightly slower, he might have been killed by a single slash. Tao Lord Shen Yu felt a sense of trepidation when he heard the discussions around him. His life was hanging by a thread just now. Tao Lord Shen Yu could not help but smile as he held the fire-blocking basket in his palm. Desolate Marshal, it's all thanks to this treasure that I was able to cultivate to this stage in more than 100 years. Suzimo's heart stirred. Initially, he thought that the reason why Tao Lord Shen Yu could cultivate to the Dharma characteristic realm in such a short period of time was because of some fortuitous encounter. So, it was because of the fire-blocking basket. Unsurprisingly, that treasure should belong to Consort Yu. As such, it was not surprising for it to possess such power. I remember that this treasure was snatched from a fox, right? Tao Lord Shen Yu could not conceal the smugness in his eyes and was still reminiscing as he laughed. To think that this fire-blocking basket is actually a rare utmost treasure. Ha ha ha. In the crowd, Little Fox gripped her paws tightly and glared at Tao Lord Shen Yu angrily, wishing that she could kill this person with her gaze. Goddess True Jade, look at his face. How infuriating. Little Fox rolled her eyes. Goddess True Jade, he's the one who bullied me. Why don't you help me retrieve the fire-blocking basket? The white-robed woman seemed to have read Little Fox's mind as she said with a fake smile, "You want me to help this young Master Su, right?" "No." Feeling a little guilty, Little Fox whispered, "I just wanted to retrieve the fire-blocking basket as soon as possible. Didn't you make a bet with me that young Master Su would help you get it back? In that case, I'd better not interfere and wait here to see the outcome," the white-robed woman said indifferently. Little Fox pouted and did not say anything more. What an opportune moment to let you have a taste of this fire-blocking basket's power today. On the battlefield, Tao Lord Shen Yu charged towards Suzimo once more and threw the fire-blocking basket in his hands towards the latter. "Go!" Tao Lord Shen Yu hollered and dharmic powers burst forth from his fingertip, entering the fire-blocking basket. Swoosh! The fire-blocking basket expanded against the wind and spun, arriving above Suzimo's head almost instantly. Suzimo's expression froze. The fire-blocking basket belonged to Consort Yu and he did not dare to let it envelop him. Slapping his storage bag, Suzimo took out a grayish-black mountain. It was the ancient unique treasure, the Mystic Magnet Mountain. He wanted to make use of the power of the Mystic Magnet Mountain to restrain the fire-blocking basket. However, after the Mystic Magnet Mountain descended, the fire-blocking basket did not budge at all. Not good. Suzimo's heart sank. The fire-blocking basket was made of metal. However, there were some rare metal materials in Tianhuang mainland that were not attracted by the magnetism at all. In other words, the Mystic Magnet Mountain was useless against the fire-blocking basket. In a fight of this level, a single mistake in judgment could cause one to fall into a disadvantageous position or even die. A huge shadow loomed over. The center of the fire-blocking basket exuded a strong suction force, forming a domain that Suzimo could not break free from. However, Tao Lord Shen Yu had already seized the opportunity to close in. Instantly, the situation reversed. Suzimo was in immense danger. "Your Highness, hurry and attack." Little Fox was anxious and urged hurriedly, "Just retrieve the fire-blocking basket and leave the rest to young Master Su." The white-robed woman was unmoved and shook her head. The loss of the fire-blocking basket was caused by him to begin with. It's only right that he retrieves it personally. Furthermore, he's the one who challenged Shen Yu. Why should I interfere? If he can't even get through this, how will he protect you in the future? Go. Right then, a soft shout sounded from the battlefield. A green lotus platform flew out of Su Zimo's sea of consciousness with 6 petals blossoming. Multicolored light filled the air as it smashed towards the fire-blocking basket. The creation green lotus. The 2 dharmic weapons collided with a loud bang. The fire-blocking basket wanted to envelop him, but the creation lotus platform was beneath it, blocking the fire-blocking basket. For a moment, the 2 dharmic weapons were evenly matched. However, that delay was enough for Dao Lord Shen Yu to arrive before him. His blood chi surged as he threw a punch that shone brightly with an incomparably violent aura. Su Zimo could only counter with a punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided. The collision between flesh and bones gave off a jarring sound. Dao Lord Shen Yu's blood chi was clearly much stronger and suppressed Su Zimo completely. Ooh! Su Zimo grunted and took half a step back. Dao Lord Shen Yu strode forward and pushed his hands forward from his chest. As though he was hugging a gigantic mountain, he descended and shouted, "Mountain-hugging fists." A terrifying power arrived with a mountain. At that moment, all techniques were useless. Su Zimo raised his arms and blocked. Boom! His body shuddered and a berserk power surged into his body. His organs vibrated and his blood chi surged as his teeth ached. His figure was sent flying. In the end, he was still forced into melee combat. After reconstruction, Desolate Marshal's body is still a little weak. If Dao Lord Shen Yu finds an opening, he'll probably be beaten to death. That's right. Given Dao Lord Shen Yu's combat strength, he won't give Desolate Marshal any chance to retaliate. The cultivators discussed when they saw that. In reality, it was not because the Green Lotus true body was not strong enough. After obtaining the nourishment of the primordial divine spring, the Green Lotus true body was already rather powerful and could suppress those of the same cultivation realm. If Dao Lord Shen Yu was at the Void Reversion realm, Su Zimo had absolute confidence that he would be able to fight him head-on with his Green Lotus true body. However, the bloodline of the Green Lotus true body was relatively ordinary. Now that he had encountered Dao Lord Shen Yu who was at the Dharma characteristic realm, the difference in their strength was naturally much greater. However, even though he was disadvantaged, there was no hint of panic on Su Zimo's face. The lotus stem was the bone and the lotus leaves were the skin. Coupled with the fact that he had fused many ancient dharmic weapons, it would not be easy for Dao Lord Shen Yu to severely injure his Green Lotus true body. Su Zimo was still waiting for an opportunity. Dao Lord Shen Yu strode forward like a leech, not giving Su Zimo any chance to distance himself. 1,000-ton finger. Dao Lord Shen Yu released another terrifying melee technique. His finger was filled with blood chi and light swirled around it as it smashed towards Su Zimo. How was that a finger? It was like a divine column that pierced through the firmaments. How could a body of flesh and blood withstand that power? However, right then, a warning flashed through Su Zimo's mind as he narrowed his eyes. There was danger. It was even more terrifying than the 1,000-ton finger. Chapter 1178, Counterattack. Chapter 1178, Counterattack. A mysterious light suddenly appeared in Dao Lord Shen Yu's eyes, resembling 2 sparkling gems that were even brighter than the stars in the night sky. Glass Eye. It was the legacy visual technique of Glass Palace. That visual technique was extremely powerful and Su Zimo had witnessed it back in the Dao inheritance ground when he fought Dao being glass. At that time, the illumination stone was hidden in his right eye and he had to release the illumination sword formation to break Glass Eye. But now, the illumination stone was in his dragon true body. Although the Green Lotus true body had also cultivated an eye technique of the fiend sects, the heavenly fiend eye focused on bewitching one's mind and did not release such pure power. The light emitted by Glass Eye was extremely terrifying. Even Dao Lord Dharmic weapons could be corroded and turned into scrap metal. If Su Zimo were to use his heavenly fiend eye to defend, his eyes would be blinded. Glass Eye and 1,000-ton finger exploded at the same time and pushed him into the most dangerous situation. Visual techniques were instantaneous. Coupled with the fact that the two of them were extremely close, it was impossible to defend against. Furthermore, Tao Lord Xian Yu's cultivation was a major realm higher than Su Zimo's to begin with. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Against the incoming 1,000-ton finger that resembled a heaven-connecting divine column, Su Zimo made a prompt decision and extended his left hand to defend. At the same time, he closed 2 fingers on his right hand and conjured a sword art. He raised his sword finger vertically and slashed forward 3 times. Heaven-slaying sword art. The 3 heaven-slaying sword chi burst forth at the same time and clashed against the brilliance of Glass Eye. They went against the momentum and slashed towards Tao Lord Xian Yu's face. 3 blinding sword chi burst forth. Tao Lord Xian Yu felt his vision turn white as his expression changed. Boom! The first sword chi collided with Glass Eye and exploded. The sword chi dispersed and Glass Eye also shattered instantly. Immediately after, a second and third sword chi descended with endless killing intent. This was almost Su Zimo's strongest killing technique. 3 heaven-slaying sword chi was the limit that he could release right now. The fact that the two of them were extremely close meant that Tao Lord Xian Yu had no room to dodge. Even a single sword chi could slice his head into 2, let alone 2 sword chi. In a flash, Tao Lord Xian Yu flipped his tongue and spat out an ancient mirror the size of a fingernail to defend himself. At the same time, he bit his tongue and a stream of blood essence fell onto the ancient mirror. The ancient mirror expanded rapidly and shone with dharmic patterns. A perfect Tao Lord dharmic weapon. The moment the ancient mirror descended, the other 2 heaven-slaying sword chi slashed down as well. Clang! The first sword chi entered the ancient mirror and vanished. The ancient mirror shook. Tao Lord Xian Yu's pupils constricted. He could clearly see fine cracks appearing on the back of the ancient mirror. That was a perfect Tao Lord dharmic weapon. However, a dharmic art released by a void reversion cracked it. Clang! The third sword chi descended and entered the ancient mirror. Instantly, it came to a halt as though the world had stopped. The next moment, the ancient mirror exploded. The perfect Tao Lord dharmic weapon was shattered by 2 sword chi. Countless shards flew as Tao Lord Xian Yu stood behind the ancient mirror. Many shards surged towards him and struck him. As though he was severely injured, Tao Lord Xian Yu fell heavily into the ruins. At the same time, on the other side, the 1,000-ton finger had already collided with Su Zimo's left palm. Bang! Su Zimo's body shuddered as a terrifying and berserk power surged into his body, causing his bones to tremble. Streaks of blood appeared on the flesh of his left arm and his sleeves exploded instantly. His figure fell from midair as well. Just as he was about to fall to the ground, he steadied himself and stood on the ruins. If not for the nourishment of the primordial divine spring beneath the 10,000 insect swamp, his green lotus true body would have been severely injured from the collision. Right now, he was only slightly injured. Compared to Su Zimo, Tao Lord Xian Yu looked much more miserable. Tao Lord Xian Yu crawled up slowly from the ruins as well. He was covered in dust and his face was pierced by many mirror shards, dripping with blood. He looked extremely hideous. Under countless gazes, Tao Lord Xian Yu channeled his blood chi and the muscles on his face twitched. The shards that were initially pierced into his face withdrew bit by bit under the pressure of his muscles and bloodline and fell off his face. In the blink of an eye, there was not a single fragment on his face, only wounds. Such strong muscle control was an eye-opener for everyone. This was the symbol of one's body and bloodline reaching their limit. Although the fight between the two of them was short, they were using killing moves repeatedly. The slightest mistake could result in death. Look. A cultivator pointed at the 2 dharmic weapons in midair, the fire blocking basket and the creation lotus platform. All the cultivators looked over. In midair, the 2 dharmic weapons were still fighting, devouring each other with brilliant lights. This is way too scary. Even in such a high intensity and continuous fight, the two of them are still able to divert their attention to control their dharmic weapons. The battle between the fire-blocking basket and the creation lotus platform would affect the entire situation as well. Neither of them dared to relax. Desolate Marshal, You must be very disappointed that those 3 sword chi failed to kill me, right? Suddenly, Dao Lord Shen Yu laughed. Su Zimo's expression was cold and he remained silent. He was indeed surprised that the 3 heaven-slaying sword chi could not kill Shen Yu at such a close distance. However, he was not really disappointed. When Dao Lord Shen Yu saw that Su Zimo was silent, he thought that he had guessed correctly. He walked forward slowly and shook his head. Desolate Marshal, you've lost. The moment you revealed all your trump cards at the North Region Dao meet, you were already defeated. In order to deal with your trump cards, I was prepared. How are you going to win? Su Zimo was unmoved and merely sneered, Shen Yu, I've got too many killing moves. Let's see how many you can take. Before he finished his sentence, Su Zimo touched his glabella gently and his consciousness opened. Right on the heels of that, he yanked his palm outwards and a long whip that shone with electric arcs appeared in his consciousness. Spirit Vanquishing Whip. When the Spirit Vanquishing Whip descended, the essence spirits of the surrounding cultivators felt a throbbing sensation. If I'm not wrong, that is an ancient essence spirit secret skill. To think that this lad would obtain it and cultivate it successfully. Gasp. The power of Desolate Marshal's essence spirit has probably surpassed most Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. How did that lad cultivate his essence spirit? The appearance of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip caused the hearts of many upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders present to skip a beat. Even they were wary of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and would not dare to take it head-on. He really can't be allowed to continue growing. Once that lad enters the Dharma characteristic realm, all the upper sects and aristocratic families of the North region will probably have to bow down to him. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect thought to himself. Chapter 1179 Rainbow Glass Body. Chapter 1179 Rainbow Glass Body. Crack. Su Zimo waved the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and whipped towards Dao Lord Shen Yu viciously. Dao Lord Shen Yu did not stop and continued sprinting towards Su Zimo, wanting to close the distance and engage in melee combat with the latter. Piak. The Spirit Vanquishing Whip struck Dao Lord Shen Yu viciously. Ua. Dao Lord Shen Yu grunted and paused for a moment. His muscles trembled and spasmed. The might of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He knew that this was a secret skill that targeted the essence spirit. Therefore, within his consciousness, a gigantic spirit consciousness shield had long formed around his essence spirit. He wanted to withstand the whipping of the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and make use of the chance to close in to Su Zimo. However, his spirit consciousness shield was almost destroyed by the Spirit Vanquishing Whip. At this rate, his spirit consciousness shield would be destroyed by the Spirit Vanquishing Whip before he could even get close to Su Zimo. A fight between essence spirits was way too dangerous. Dao Lord Shen Yu still wanted to drag Su Zimo into melee combat and crush him to death with his powerful body and bloodline. However, it was a pity that Su Zimo would not give him the chance to do so again. He summoned the Spirit Vanquishing Whip and waved it from afar. In the void, thunder and lightning blazed and destroyed the world. An essence spirit fight? I'm not afraid of that either. When he saw that he could not get close, Dao Lord Shen Yu roared with a ferocious expression and released his essence spirit secret skill without hesitation. Whoosh! A bedazzling rainbow light shone from Dao Lord Shen Yu's glabella. A 7-colored divine light burst forth and smashed towards the Spirit Vanquishing Whip. The two essence spirit secret skills clashed head-on. There was no earth-shaking sound. Everything was silent. However, the void where the two essence spirit secret skills collided was collapsing, twisting and trembling continuously. Terrifying spirit consciousness fluctuations spread out suddenly, forming a visible ripple that spread in all directions. The cultivators were shocked. The cultivators at the front retreated one after another, afraid that they would be affected by the spirit consciousness ripples. When the two essence spirit secret skills collided, the shockwaves produced were shocking and were enough to kill all void reversions present. The Spirit Vanquishing Whip dissipated along with the 7-colored divine light. Both Su Zimo and Dao Lord Shen Yu's essence spirits were shaken and their faces turned pale. Ha 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 ha. Dao Lord Shen Yu closed in once more and laughed. Desolate Marshal, What other killing moves do you have? Use them and let me broaden my horizons. In reality, Suzimo had another essence spirit secret skill under his belt. The Rulai Dharmic seal of the Buddhist monasteries. However, that essence spirit secret skill had a huge toll on his essence spirit. Now that he had released Dharmic arts and secret skills consecutively, his essence spirit was greatly drained. If he could not kill Tao Lord Xian Yu after releasing the secret skill, he might die of exhaustion. Before he could think further, Tao Lord Xian Yu had already closed in once more. Swoosh! Suzimo's eyes lit up as he changed his hand seals repeatedly. 3 balls of flames suddenly appeared beside him. Scarlet, Immortal Tao Fire. Golden, Buddhist Tao Fire. Black, Fiend Tao Fire. The 3 balls of flames burned fiercely, as though they would never extinguish. The temperature of the ruins rose suddenly. Normally, every single Tao fire was extremely terrifying. However, Tao Lord Xian Yu seemed as though he could not sense it at all. He strode forward and released his blood qi, extending his palm to suppress Suzimo. Tao Lord Xian Yu's body was way too strong. The 3 Tao fires could not harm him at all. Under the envelopment of his blood qi, the 3 Tao fires even showed signs of extinguishing. Suzimo's expression was unchanged as a cold glint flashed in his eyes and his hand seals changed once more. Under his guidance, the 3 Tao fires collided and formed a tricolored flame. Tao Lord Xian Yu's expression finally changed. When the 3 balls of flames were separated, he did not feel anything. There was only a slight burning pain on his skin that was endurable. However, after the tricolored flame descended, even the hair on his skin began to burn. Right then, Suzimo touched his glabella gently and condensed another essence spirit fire, injecting it into the tricolored flames. He said coldly, "Burn." The Kacharadi Tao fire descended. The temperature of the entire Yang country's old capital was rising. The ruins, buildings, and dilapidated walls around them had already begun to melt, forming fiery red lava that flowed slowly. At that distance, Tao Lord Xian Yu could not dodge at all and was engulfed by Kacharadi Tao fire as flames surged into the heavens. The surrounding cultivators retreated once more away from the battlefield. It's that flame. Back in the Tao inheritance ground, Di Yin died to that 4-colored flame. What a terrifying flame. It's practically burning the skies and boiling the seas. To think that the battle would reach this point. Is Tao Lord Xian Yu done for? All the cultivators stared at the battlefield with excited expressions. On the battlefield, the human-shaped fireball was motionless, as though it was burned to death. However, the upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders present could sense faint life fluctuations within the flames. Tao Lord Xian Yu was not dead yet. Not only was he not dead, his spirit consciousness was still controlling the fire-blocking basket and restraining the creation lotus platform. Is this your final trump card? Suddenly, Tao Lord Xian Yu's voice echoed from the flames with a cold killing intent. He didn't die. Suzimo narrowed his eyes. No matter how strong the glass true body was, there was no way it could withstand the burning of the Kacharadi Tao fire. Desolate Marshal, I've already said that you can't beat me. The human-shaped fireball suddenly moved. Under the illumination of the flames, Tao Lord Xian Yu's figure was revealed once more. His hair and flesh were charred. However, there was a terrifying power within his body that was resisting the corrosion of the Kacharadi Tao fire. Let me tell you right now, all your methods are nothing before me. Tao Lord Xian Yu roared as the power within his body burst forth with an extremely terrifying aura. A phantom shot into the skies and the entire world trembled. It's a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. A series of exclamations broke out from the crowd. The cultivators looked up instinctively. 30 feet. 50 feet. 80 feet. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic only stopped when it reached a height of 80 feet. Pest. The cultivators were shocked. The higher the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the stronger it was. Generally speaking, anyone who could conjure a 60 feet tall Dharma characteristic was already considered a paragon. Most of the upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders present merely had 60 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristics. If one could condense a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was 70 feet tall, they would be a peerless paragon that appeared once in 1,000 years. Boundless opportunities and massive fortunes were required for one of these paragons to be born. One could be considered as a monster incarnate if they could condense a 80 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Only the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects could produce such a monster incarnate. As expected of a glass palace cultivator, how terrifying. All the number one of the previous Dharma characteristic rankings merely had heaven and earth Dharma characteristics in the 80 feet range as well. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that was a full 80 feet tall had a torrential aura. Looking down from above, it was as though a god had descended from the heavens, unexcelled in the world. In the face of this heaven and earth Dharma characteristic, the cultivators below were as insignificant as ant. 1, 2, 3, 7 divine lights. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect counted and said in a deep voice, "This is the Glass Palace's legacy Dharma characteristic, Glass Dharma body. When cultivated to its peak, it will become the rainbow glass body that we're seeing right now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc." Chapter 1180, I have it too. Chapter 1180, I have it too. The body of the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was surrounded by a series of divine lights with 7 colors in total. They were dazzling and could not be looked at directly. His Dharma characteristic was corporeal and its body was as described in the Glass Heart Sutra. It was clear and flawless, emitting a terrifying aura. The Kacharadi Tao fire continued burning without extinguishing. However, the rainbow glass body roared and divine light burst forth. Waving its hands, it channeled the power of heaven and earth and suppressed the Kacharadi Tao fire instantly. Boom! The rainbow glass body raised its leg and stomped down heavily, extinguishing the Kacharadi Tao fire beneath its feet. In front of the 80 feet tall rainbow glass body, even the upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders present would have to bow their heads, let alone Suzimo. The 80 feet tall heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was probably something that only the titular disciples of the super sects could suppress. Seems like this battle is over. Fufu, it's not easy to fight with a major cultivation realm difference. Furthermore, he is challenging a glass palace cultivator. Desolate Marshal has to pay for his insolence. When they saw that, everyone had different reactions. Some sighed, some felt pity, some sneered, and some were worried. Brother. Xiaoning was anxious and worried, but there was nothing she could do. The old immortal crane frowned as well and murmured, "Zimo is going to lose." Oh. He managed to cultivate a rainbow glass body that's 80 feet tall. The white-robed woman raised her brows and her lips curled into a perfect arc as she teased, "Foxy, your young Master Su is going to be in trouble." Little Fox was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Goddess True Jade, you'll definitely help, right? Why should I help him?" The white-robed woman pursed her lips in disdain. "Your Highness, please save him." Little Fox grabbed the front of the white-robed woman and cried, "I'll leave with you from now on, all right? I don't want to see anything happen to young Master. He saw something that he shouldn't have. What's wrong with him suffering?" The white-robed woman harumphed, still brooding over the events in the cave. However, Little Fox was confused and did not know what she meant by him seeing something he shouldn't have. "Ha ha ha ha, Desolate Marshal, what other tricks do you have up your sleeves?" Tao Lord Shen Yu laughed maniacally and strode forward with his rainbow glass body. Clenching it into a fist, he punched towards Suzimo. The punch was no less terrifying than a meteor crashing down. The entire void was trembling. Pa. Suzimo chanted Sanskrit and conjured an immovable foundation seal in his hands. He looked dignified and his body shone with a golden light, as though he had taken root beneath his feet and was about to become a Buddha. Boom! The fist of the rainbow glass body collided heavily against Suzimo's body. Compared to that gigantic fist, Suzimo was like a tiny pebble that was smashed into the ground. The immovable foundation seal could not defend against the power of the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. In the face of that terrifying power, the roots that grew beneath his feet were already completely severed. Bang! 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 The immense power did not stop. Suzimo's figure rolled backwards in the mud, creating a frightening human-shaped ravine dozens of feet long on the ground. The world was silent. Even the sound of wind was gone. Every cultivator could not conceal the shock on their faces. This was the burst power of the 80 feet tall rainbow glass body. Who could defend against it? Not to mention void reversions, even Dharma characteristic Tao Lords would have been turned into a blood mist from that strike. Suzimo laid in the mud motionlessly. He should be dead, right? With such terrifying strength, even a Tao Lord Dharmic weapon would be shattered, let alone a body of flesh and blood. Hey! Something's not right. Look, the creation lotus platform is still fighting against the fire-blocking basket. He's not dead yet, and he can even split his attention to control his Dharmic weapon. Disbelief filled the eyes of the cultivators. He's probably not dead but won't last long either. That's right. The difference in strength between the two of them is way too great. They're on completely different levels. Everyone shook their heads. The old immortal crane was anxious. Although she was a Dharma characteristic expert, she could not defend against the 80 feet tall rainbow glass body either. She would probably be severely injured with a single strike. Furthermore, the sect masters of the upper sects and aristocratic families were watching the battle right now. If she made any sudden movements, she would be targeted. First's condition doesn't seem too good. Ching Ching whispered. What should we do? The spirit tiger looked at Monkey and asked softly, Brother Monkey, what do you think? Let's kill. Monkey gripped Imminent in his hands tightly as a blood glint flashed through his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, I don't care anymore. I can't just watch my brother get killed. The current situation would affect everything. The moment they made a move, they would definitely attract the attacks of all the upper sects and aristocratic families. Even without any other sects or factions, that rainbow glass body alone was enough to deal with them all. You guys retreat first. Night Spirit's expression was calm as a resolute look flashed through its eyes. I'll save first. He was already prepared. Even if he had to expose his true form and be suppressed by Tao Lord Xian Yu's Dharma characteristic, he had to save Suzimo. After he transformed into his true form, his combat strength would increase exponentially. At the very least, he would have a 30% chance of escaping together with Suzimo. Goddess True Jade, aren't you going to do anything yet? Little Fox was no longer pleading. Instead, she was a little angry and glared at the white-robed woman. Even without Little Fox's urging, the white-robed woman was prepared to make a move. She merely wanted Suzimo to suffer a little, but she had not thought about letting the latter die here. Just as she was about to take a step forward, she frowned slightly and exclaimed softly when her gaze landed on Suzimo, who was sprawled in the ruins. Immediately after, her eyes lit up as though she sensed something. Could it be? The white-robed woman murmured softly. Little Fox asked, Goddess True Jade, why aren't you moving again? Let's wait and see. The white-robed woman shook her head. On the battlefield, Tao Lord Xian Yu also noticed the two Dharmic weapons that were still fighting in midair and could not help but sneer. Desolate Marshal, let's see how long more you can last against my rainbow glass body. Cough, cough, cough. Right then, Suzimo moved and crawled up from the ruins slowly. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and looked pale. Suddenly, he smiled. The cultivators were stunned. They truly could not understand how Suzimo could still smile under such circumstances. Is the rainbow glass body your final trump card? Suzimo asked faintly. What are you trying to say? Suddenly, Tao Lord Xian Yu felt flustered and hollered. Suzimo's gaze was sinister as a terrifying aura emanated from his body. He said slowly, what I want to say is, that thing you have. I have it too. Boom. A pitch-black phantom burst forth from Suzimo's body and soared into the skies. Demonic chi coiled around his body and rose continuously. Pest. The cultivators gasped in shock and their eyes widened. A heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. This scene had completely exceeded their understanding. How was that possible? How could a void reversion condense a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic? 10 feet. 20 feet. 50 feet. After 50 feet, the figure of the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic continued climbing without stopping. The cultivators looked up with their mouths agape. Could it be 60 feet, 70 feet, 80 feet? Another 80 feet tall Dharma characteristic descended. Chapter 1181, Heavenly Fiend Dharma Body. Chapter 1181, Heavenly Fiend Dharma Body. If one were to say that Tao Lord Shen Yu's rainbow glass body gave everyone a surprise. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic formed by Su Zimo gave everyone an incomparable shock. This was something that no one had expected. It had also surpassed everyone's understanding. How could a void reversion form a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic? What was even more frightening was that the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was 80 feet tall and was comparable to Tao Lord Shen Yu's rainbow glass body. Two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics that were 80 feet tall stood in confrontation on the ruins with torrential auras that looked down on the world. How is that possible? Even the sect master of mystic firmament divine cult was tongue-tied and could not speak properly with a shocked expression. The heaven and earth Dharma characteristic that he cultivated was only 69 feet, it fell short of 70 feet. However, the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic of the void reversion before him was already 80 feet tall. This is way too scary. The sect master of Stellar Lunar sect said in a deep voice, "This lad is only at the void reversion realm. If he enters the Dharma characteristic realm, how far can his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic grow?" Normally, cultivators would be able to condense heaven and earth Dharma characteristics upon entering the Dharma characteristic realm. However, the height of the Dharma characteristic at that time would not be the final height. As a cultivator's cultivation realm increased, their Dharma characteristic would grow as well. Of course, the taller the initial Dharma characteristic, the greater the potential and the stronger it would be at its peak. 90 feet, supreme. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect said in a low voice with a quivering heart, "This lad has already formed an 80 feet tall Dharma characteristic at the void reversion realm. This Dharma characteristic will definitely grow into a supreme Dharma characteristic." A 90 feet Dharma characteristic was known as a supreme Dharma characteristic. All these years, none of the upper sect masters and aristocratic family leaders of the North region had seen anyone who could condense a Dharma characteristic. To them, the supreme Dharma characteristic was merely a legend. It was only a sight possible back in the ancient era where multiple emperors rose and monster incarnates reigned. However, at this moment, no one questioned the Dragon Tiger sect master's speculation. All the sect masters believed that if Desolate Marshal was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely be able to attain a supreme Dharma characteristic when he reaches the perfected Dharma characteristic realm. In reality, Su Zimo had only comprehended the heaven and earth Dharma characteristic after he advanced to the perfected void reversion realm. The so-called heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was the combination of all Dharmic arts. By using one's essence spirit to communicate with the heaven and earth, one could summarize the essence of Tao Dharmic arts and create the strongest Dharmic art. Normally, there were two reasons why Dharma characteristic could only be formed after one reached the Dharma characteristic realm. First, the strength of his essence spirit. If one's essence spirit was not strong enough, it would shatter before a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic could even be formed. However, although Su Zimo was at the void reversion realm, his essence spirit was already much stronger than most Dharma characteristic Tao Lord. This was not a factor that would affect him at all. Second, only by entering the Dharma characteristic realm would one be able to better comprehend the heaven and earth and communicate with it, summarize the Tao and Dharmic arts they had learned, combine all Dharmic arts and form Dharma characteristics. Su Zimo could not meet that requirement either. However, due to a freak combination of circumstances, in the Tao inheritance ground, his memories fused the Tao comprehension of a half-martial ancestor of the Fiend sect. The half-martial ancestor of the Fiend sects had long condensed a heaven and earth Dharma characteristic. Su Zimo had already experienced the union of all Dharmic arts and there was no need for him to continue comprehending and deducing. Therefore, his heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was formed based on the memories of the half-martial ancestor of the Fiend sect. Naturally, this heaven and earth Dharma characteristic was also the condensation of the essence of the Fiend sect. This Dharma characteristic of the Fiend sects was 80 feet tall and wore black armor. It was shrouded in demonic chi and wielded a gigantic pitch-black scythe with a chilling intent. What Dharma characteristic is that? To think that it can stand against the rainbow glass body, what a strong Fiend chi! To think that desolate Marshall's cultivation in the Fiend Tao would be so accomplished. He's probably comparable to titular disciples of the Fiend sect. None of the cultivators present could recognize the origin of the Dharma characteristic. Only the white-robed woman's expression changed as she murmured softly, "It's the long-lost heavenly Fiend Dharma body. Furthermore, it's formed together with the heavenly Fiend scythe. Is the heavenly Fiend Dharma body very powerful?" Little Fox could not help but ask. The white-robed woman said, "That's one of the strongest heaven and earth Dharma characteristics of the Fiend sects. The rainbow glass body probably doesn't stand a chance against the heavenly Fiend Dharma body." You. On the battlefield, Tao Lord Xian Yu looked at the heavenly Fiend Dharma body opposite him with a hint of panic in his eyes. He suddenly realized that the situation was beyond his control. "Xian Yu, hand over your life," Su Zimo said slowly. "Even your heaven and earth Dharma characteristic can't save you. Kill." Almost at the same time, the two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics move. This movement caused the weather to change and the mountains to quake. One could imagine the scene of two divine Dharma characteristics that were 80 feet tall colliding. Bang! 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 The two heaven and earth Dharma characteristics clashed continuously. The heavenly Fiend Dharma body released a thick Fiend chi that was as black as ink, corroding the divine light of the rainbow glass body with sizzling sounds. Of course, the most terrifying thing about the heavenly Fiend Dharma body was the heavenly Fiend scythe it wielded. The pitch-black scythe was extremely sharp and could slice the void into two with a casual wave. In the blink of an eye, the two Dharma characteristics were riddled with holes and covered in injuries as they fought to their limit. Finally, the rainbow glass body was the first to crumble and dissipated into dharmic powers that dispersed into the world. Of course, the remaining heavenly Fiend Dharma body was also extremely damaged and could dissipate at any moment. Even so, the heavenly Fiend Dharma body was still under Su Zimo's control. Waving the damaged scythe, it slashed down viciously towards Tao Lord Xian Yu. "Since you punched me, it's your turn to receive a slash from me now," Su Zimo roared with widened eyes. "Oh, oh." The scythe tore through the void with a black flash and arrived instantly. It was the same as what Su Zimo experienced earlier on. He could not dodge the punch of the rainbow glass body. Tao Lord Xian Yu could not dodge the scythe of the heavenly Fiend Dharma body either. He could only take out a shield and circulate his blood chi to its limits to defend against the heavenly Fiend scythe. Boom! There was a deafening sound. The shield exploded instantly. The flesh on Tao Lord Xian Yu's arm peeled off as well and was corroded by the Fiend chi, revealing a white bone beneath. "Ah!" Tao Lord Xian Yu's face turned pale as he shrieked. Even with his glass-true body, he was severely injured and his left arm was mostly crippled. It was almost severed entirely by the heavenly Fiend scythe. Of course, after this clash, the heavenly Fiend Dharma body could not hold on either and turned into billowing Fiend chi that lingered. Su Zimo opened his mouth and sucked. Swoosh! The Fiend chi surged in reverse and was devoured in the blink of an eye, replenishing his stamina and blood chi. Su Zimo would not give Tao Lord Xian Yu any chance as he slapped his storage bag and brought out the mystic magnet mountain once more. Smash! He pointed forward. The mystic magnet mountain expanded against the wind and transformed into a gigantic mountain that smashed down towards Tao Lord Xian Yu. A huge shadow loomed over. The mystic magnet mountain was way too vast. Even if Tao Lord Xian Yu wanted to dodge, he could not. His left arm was crippled and he could only raise his right arm. Disregarding his injuries, he channeled his blood chi once more and pushed upwards, lifting the mystic magnet mountain with one hand. Tao Lord Xian Yu spat out a mouthful of blood the moment they made contact. With his glass-true body destroyed, he could no longer withstand the power of the mystic magnet mountain with a single arm. Creak! Creak! Under the suppression of the mystic magnet mountain, his skeleton was already making a series of sounds and could not withstand the pressure. His organs began to shift and blood oozed out. Chapter 1182, Death of Xian Yu. Chapter 1182, Death of Xian Yu. Apart from exuding the power of magnetism, the mystic magnet mountain could also control dharmic weapons made of metal, and its weight was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, as his cultivation increased, the mystic magnet mountain's weight would increase as well. Right now, the mystic magnet mountain was more than 100 feet tall and was twice as tall as the heaven and earth dharma characteristics that they had cultivated. One could imagine how terrifying the pressure was for a cultivator to have such a massive mountain pressing down on him. If Dao Lord Xian Yu was in his peak condition, the pressure of the mystic magnet mountain would naturally not be able to threaten him. However, he had just been severely injured by the heavenly fiend scythe and his entire left arm was crippled. His blood chi was declining and he was almost crushed into a pulp from the suppression of the mystic magnet mountain. Dao Lord Xian Yu's face turned purple as he propped up the mystic magnet mountain with one arm while his entire body trembled. He knew very well that he was at the end of his rope and his life was hanging by a thread. If he could not survive this, his 1,000 years of cultivation would be destroyed. Beams of rainbow-colored divine light suddenly appeared on Dao Lord Xian Yu's left arm as his remaining flesh began to crystallize like jade. With that, his blood chi that was initially leaking stopped instantly. Rise. Dao Lord Xian Yu released all the energy in his body and his blood chi surged, pushing the mystic magnet mountain upwards violently. The mystic magnet mountain was overturned and rolled to the side. Dao Lord Xian Yu felt his body lighten as he panted heavily. However, his aura carried a strong stench of blood. It was a sign that his organs were severely injured. I can't fight anymore. That thought flashed through Dao Lord Xian Yu's mind as he turned to flee. However, his vision blurred and a green beam of light appeared, crashing towards his face. Instinctively, Dao Lord Xian Yu raised his right arm to defend. Given his physique, he would be able to endure even if Su Zimo summoned a carnate Dao being dharmic weapon. Bang! The right arm collided with the green light with a dull thud. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately after, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Dao Lord Xian Yu's right arm. Ah! A tearing pain surged through his heart as Dao Lord Xian Yu let out a hysterical cry with a pained expression. His right arm was shattered by the green light. That green light was not a carnate Dao being dharmic weapon. It's the creation lotus platform that was comparable to a carnate Dao Lord dharmic weapon. Dao Lord Xian Yu was severely injured consecutively and could no longer divert his attention to control the fire blocking basket. The creation lotus platform seized the opportunity to break through the restraints of the fire blocking basket. Under Su Zimo's control, it dealt another heavy blow to Dao Lord Xian Yu. Even the fire blocking basket was in Su Zimo's hands right now. At that moment, Dao Lord Xian Yu's arms were crippled and his blood chi was weak. His essence spirit was weak and he no longer had any strength to resist. He had lost. Dao Lord Xian Yu was defeated. Everyone had complicated expressions. They truly had not expected this battle to reach such a level and end with such an outcome. Monkey and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. Little Fox burst into laughter through her tears and clapped in high spirits. I knew that young master would definitely win. Goddess True Jade, I won too. She looked at the white-robed woman smugly and waved her paws. The white-robed woman smiled gently and did not refute this time round. Su Zimo's victory was also beyond her expectations. The scene of Su Zimo condensing his heaven and earth dharma characteristic had a huge impact on her mind as well. Xian Yu, did you think about this day more than 100 years ago when you snatched this dharmic weapon from Little Fox's hands? When you ordered the massacre of the living beings of the 13 cities of Yang country, did you ever think that one day, you would have to pay with your life and accompany the countless dead souls beneath the ruins? Su Zimo's expression was cold as he held the fire-blocking basket in his left hand. The creation green lotus circled around him as he walked towards Dao Lord Xian Yu slowly. Fu. Xian Yu laughed and panted, mortals are like ants to us. What does it matter if we kill them? To think that you can't understand the logic behind it even after cultivating to this point and can't sever your attachments to the mortal world. You're wrong. Right then, Xiaoning stood out and hollered. In the primordial era, the human race was extremely weak and was enslaved by the thousands of races. Their lives were as worthless as grass. Later on, the human race fought and the emperors rose together. Under the lead of the human emperor, they fought against the primordial 9 races and the thousands of races. Only then did they escape their tragic fate and welcome the golden era. In that era, many seniors and sages left behind their cultivation inheritances so that we could protect the world and the weak. However, even as the successor of an immortal sect, you treated mortals like ants and slaughtered them as you wish. What you've done is no different from the primordial 9 races in the past. Is that the sort of logic passed down in Glass Palace? Her words were righteous and awe-inspiring. Many cultivators present looked ashamed and lowered their heads. That was the most ironic thing. The human experts of the past chased away the primordial 9 races. However, the descendants of these experts took the place of the primordial 9 races and became even more terrifying, be it the era ruled by the primordial 9 races or the era ruled by human cultivators later on. The weak mortals still suffered the most miserable and tragic fate. In the current world, how could mortals survive without immense strength? Cultivators could threaten them. Demon beasts could threaten them. In fact, it was even possible for countless mortals to be embroiled and helpless in a battle between cultivators. With a single thought, Dao Lord Xian Yu massacred the living beings of the 13 cities of Yang country. Yet, that was not just a lone incident. How many people died in the calamity of the witch Jiyu a year ago? This is Tianhuang mainland where the strong prey on the weak. There are countless mortals in the world. How many of them can you save, desolate marshal? Dao Lord Xian Yu glared at Su Zimo and sneered. I've never thought of saving anyone. Su Zimo shook his head. I want to establish my Dao and impart martial arts to all living beings. I want to give everyone in the world a chance to control their own fate. I want everyone in the world to be able to cultivate and become immortals. Ha 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 ha. Xian Yu roared with laughter as though he had heard the greatest joke in the world. That's impossible. Desolate marshal, you must be dreaming. Even in the ancient era where there were countless wise sages of the human race, that was not achieved. What rights do you have? Future generations will naturally know if I can do it. However, you won't have the chance to see it. Su Zimo did not say anything more and said indifferently, hand over your life. Boom. Stepping forward, Su Zimo held the creation lotus platform in his right hand and smashed it towards Dao Lord Xian Yu's head. Phew. A divine light flashed and escaped from Dao Lord Xian Yu's body with a flustered expression. That was Dao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirit. Kill. Su Zimo shouted. Thunderclap kill. Dao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirit was already extremely weak after the consecutive battles and heavy injuries. Now that he was struck by the sound domain technique, Dao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirit shuddered and almost dissipated on the spot. The next moment, the creation lotus platform descended. Poof! The lotus platform descended and crushed Dao Lord Xian Yu's essence spirit into sludge. Dao Lord Xian Yu was dead. Chapter 1183, Uneasy. Chapter 1183, Uneasy. The feud that had lasted for more than 100 years was finally resolved today. The world was silent. All the cultivators looked at the figure standing on the ruins with complex expressions. Desolate Marshal wishes to establish a Dao and impart martial arts to all living beings. How ambitious. Suddenly, the sect master of Stellar Lunar sect shook his head and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. From this day forth, the feud between you and Stellar Lunar sect shall be written off. There were many paragons of Stellar Lunar sect who died in Su Zimo's hands at the North Region Dao meet in the Great Chen ruins. Now that a sect master of one of the North Region's upper sects made that statement, there was a huge significance to it. I've heard of the name Desolate Marshal before. Now that I've seen it for myself, I know that it's true. The Valley Master of Blaze Columbus Valley stood out as well and declared, Dao being Desolate Marshal, let's forget about the feud between you and Blaze Columbus Valley as well. At the end of the day, there was no deep hatred between those sects and Su Zimo. Be it the Great Chen Ruins or the battle at the North Region Dao Meet, Su Zimo could not be blamed. The sect master of Heaven Motion sect sighed gently and said in a deep voice, Dao being desolate martial, Heaven Motion sect will not look for trouble with you in the future either. In the blink of an eye, 3 sect masters of the 10 upper sects of the North Region had already stood out, expressing that they were no longer on bad terms with Desolate Marshal. Desolate Marshal, my Murong family will no longer pursue the grudges of the past either. The Murong family's leader was a middle-aged beauty. After pausing for a moment, the Murong family's leader continued, if you can truly establish your martial arts and allow all living beings in the world to cultivate, I'll personally pay a visit to congratulate you. One of the 4 aristocratic families came forth as well. Su Zimo nodded to the sect masters and the matriarch as a response. As for the other upper sects and aristocratic families, none of them said anything. The forces of the Ouyang and Duanmu families in the North Region were second only to Glass Palace and were even above many upper sects and aristocratic families. Their leaders had noble statuses and had been famous for a long time. They would naturally not take the initiative to reconcile with a void reversion. As for the other factions, even though some of the sect masters wanted to reconcile, they remained silent for fear of losing face. However, some of the sect masters had other intentions. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect was expressionless. The situation of the Dragon Tiger sect was different from the other upper sects and aristocratic families. Dragon Tiger sect was involved in the Witch Gu calamity a year ago. Most of the cultivators of Dragon Tiger sect attacked Ethereal Peak before dying in Su Zimo's hands. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect knew very well that Su Zimo would not let this matter rest. Furthermore, he could not take this lying down either. It was as Elder Li had said, Desolate Marshal had to die. Otherwise, not many people would be able to restrain Desolate Marshal once he entered the Dharma characteristic realm. At that time, Dragon Tiger sect would be the one to suffer. Elder Li had already joined forces with the 5 conjoint body mighty figures of Yin Ghost sect, 7 Kills sect, Blood Mist sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult and Yuan clan, a total of 6 conjoint body mighty figure. By now, Elder Li and the others should have arrived. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect believed that nothing would happen if 6 conjoint body mighty figures worked together to kill a void reversion. He exchanged glances with the sect master of Blood Mist sect and the others as they nodded imperceptibly. By now, many cultivators had already left. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others did not stay on the spot and left with everyone. In less than an hour, most of the cultivators in the vicinity of the old capital of Yang country had already left. Only some of Su Zimo's friends and acquaintances remained. Monkey, Nian Qi, Dao Yarrow, Xiaoning, Ji Yaoshue, the old Immortal Crane and the others gathered together and chatted casually with relaxed expressions. When Xiaoning found out that the adorable child Dao Yarrow was transformed from the peach blossom tree in Su Zimo's courtyard, she was even more amazed. Among everyone, Su Zimo was the only one who frowned slightly, as though he had something on his mind. Everyone did not think too much about it. They merely thought that Su Zimo was feeling emotional after personally settling a huge hatchet with a strong foe. Young master. Right then, a soft voice sounded from the crowd. Monkey and the others were stunned for a moment before exchanging glances and looking delighted. Little Fox. They had been with Little Fox for more than 100 years and were naturally extremely familiar with her voice. The crowd parted. A fiery red fox was running towards Su Zimo, wagging its furry tail excitedly with eyes filled with the joy of reuniting. Su Zimo cast away his distracting thoughts and smiled, opening his arms slightly. Little Fox leaped into his embrace and stuck her head out, rubbing against his warm chest. She felt extremely blessed at the scent of that familiar aura. Su Zimo rubbed Little Fox's head and his heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he looked forward instinctively. Not far away, a white-robed woman stood. She was flawless and otherworldly, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Among the women present, Ching Ching, Cuckoo and Xiaoning were rare beauties with their own unique characteristics. As the Empress of Great Ju, Ji Yaoshue was even more elegant and beautiful. Her aura was outstanding and she was dazzling. However, after the white-robed woman appeared, the brilliance of the women seemed to dim instantly. Even Monkey, the spirit tiger and the other demon beasts were stunned when they saw the white-robed woman, let alone Suzimo. "Consort you." Suzimo's heart skipped a beat and he shouted instinctively. The moment he said that, he felt that it was inappropriate. Consort you was the title given to her by the Emperor of Great Qian. It was truly disrespectful for him to address her directly and he was not in the capacity to do so either. Indeed, the white-robed woman frowned slightly when she heard that, seemingly displeased. "Young master, Her Highness's Dao title is True Jade." Little Fox whispered, "Consort you was her previous title. There's no need for that anymore." Suzimo nodded. "Greetings, Senior True Jade." Suzimo bowed hurriedly with cupped fists. As he looked at the white-robed woman, he could not help but recall the stunning figure he saw in the cave and was lost in thought. It was not his fault. Even her appearance was unforgettable, let alone the flawless luster of her perfect body. Just as Suzimo was in a daze, he suddenly felt a chill. He could not help but shudder. Not far away, Goddess True Jade was glaring at him fiercely as she asked in a frosty tone, "What were you thinking about just now?" "Nothing much." Suzimo looked embarrassed and guilty. If Goddess True Jade was truly enraged and wanted to dig out his eyes, he would truly have no way of resisting. "Young master, what happened to you earlier on? Why are you so worried after the battle?" Although they had been separated for 100 years, Little Fox could tell at a glance that Suzimo was not quite himself. "For some reason, I feel uneasy." Suzimo frowned. It was a hunch that would definitely not happen without reason. Suzimo glanced at Goddess True Jade before shaking his head. Even though she had said some harsh words, Suzimo could not sense any killing intent from her. But where was the source of this uneasiness? What was wrong? Suddenly, Suzimo asked, "What happened in the North region while I was in seclusion?" "Nothing much." Nian Qi shook her head. Many sects and factions were waiting to see the battle between you and Dao Lord Shen Yu. Pausing for a moment, Nian Qi thought for a moment and continued, "However, there was indeed something unusual. The Grand Elders of some of the upper sects such as Dragon Tiger Sect and Blood Mist Sect suddenly announced that they were leaving their sects." After a moment of silence, Suzimo's expression changed starkly. Chapter 1184, Six Mighty Figures. Chapter 1184, Six Mighty Figures. "Something's not right." Suzimo shook his head with a grim expression. "What's wrong with that?" When everyone saw Suzimo's terrible expression, they stopped talking and asked. "If I'm not wrong, the Grand Elders of Dragon Tiger Sect and Blood Mist Sect are all conjoint body mighty figures." Suzimo said slowly, "It's way too strange for these conjoint body mighty figures to announce that they're leaving the sect at such a time. They must have other motives." "Young master, you mean that they will attack you?" Nian Qi's heart sank as she realized that something was amiss as well. Ji Yaoshue frowned. 10 years ago, the conjoint body mighty figures of the various super sects attacked Dragon Burial Valley but returned in defeat. Zimo, the Mahayana patriarch backing you, has already warned the cultivation world. Won't the conjoint body mighty figure of Dragon Tiger Sect be afraid of angering the patriarch and implicating his sect if he attacks you? At that point, Ji Yaoshue's expression changed as though she had realized something. The reason why those conjoint body mighty figures left their sects at this time was because they were worried about implicating their sects. Suzimo remained silent. The sense of danger was getting closer and he even felt suffocated. "They're here." Suddenly, Suzimo said. The moment he said that, 6 figures suddenly appeared in midair, each of them emitting a shuddering aura. That aura had already far surpassed the Dharma characteristic realm. There were 5 old men and a middle-aged man. 6 conjoint body mighty figures. Spirit consciousness barrier, dimensional lock. The 6 conjoint body mighty figures shouted at the same time and waved their hands, causing visible ripples in the void. Immediately after, a strange feeling surfaced in the hearts of Suzimo and the others. It was as though the space they were in was completely isolated from the outside world. It was as though the entire old capital of Yang country was completely sealed. In fact, they could not even sense the heaven and earth powers. Suzimo's gaze was cold. The old immortal crane and the others had ugly expressions and were burning with anxiety. Among everyone, the only one who was calm and composed without any change in expression the entire time was Goddess True Jade. In midair, the gazes of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures landed on Suzimo after they laid the formations. Desolate Marshal, you're smart. You've already guessed our intention of leaving our sects. Among them, an old man stood out and shook his head with a smile. Unfortunately, you realized it too late. Who are you? Suzimo asked coldly. There's no harm in telling you. You're someone about to die anyway. The old man smiled indifferently. I'm the Grand Elder of the Dragon Tiger sect. My Dao title is Bone Spirit. Dragon Tiger sect, very good. Suzimo nodded. Another old man's face was withered and yellow like a sickly child. He exuded a sinister aura and said, I'm Elder He Xie of Yin Ghost Sec. The third old man was filled with killing intent and said simply, 7 kills sect, cruel Sunday. I'm Lust Fiend of Blood Mist sect, Desolate Marshal, I heard that your combat strength has not diminished even after you reconstructed your body. I want to taste your blood. The fourth old man stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. I'm Yuan Xiong. The background of the fifth old man was known without need for elaboration. After a brief pause, Yuan Xiong looked at Suzimo and said indifferently, Yuan Wushuang is my grandson. Yuan Xiong looked very calm when he said that. However, everyone could sense the surging killing intent behind that calmness. The 6th conjoint body mighty figure was a middle-aged man. That person gave a sinister smile, looking unrestrained and cynical. Mystic Firmament Divine Cult, Lang Yu. You can also call me Exalted Master Lang Yu. 5 of the 10 upper sects of the North region were here. There was one of the 4 gentry clans. Even in the ancient era, there had never been the need for such a grand lineup just to kill a single void reversion. 6 conjoint body mighty figures. I'm truly flattered. Suzimo laughed self-deprecatingly. Are you stalling for time? Elder Bone Spirit of Dragon Tiger sect suddenly asked before shaking his head. Desolate Marshal, give up. Since we've already decided to join forces to kill you, we won't allow any accidents to happen. Oh! Suzimo raised his brow. Elder Bone Spirit said proudly, with the spirit consciousness barrier, even your messenger talismans can't be sent out. The space here has already been sealed by us. Even if you have a treasure like a transference talisman, you won't be able to escape. This time round, they were fully prepared. Apart from the creation Green Lotus and other treasures, the main reason why Suzimo was able to survive in the Dao inheritance ground was because of the major transference talisman. Therefore, the first thing the 6 of them did after appearing was to seal the space here. Even a major transference talisman could not be released here. Despicable. Nianqi said coldly. As conjoint body experts, you guys actually joined forces to kill a void reversion. Do you guys have any shame? Little Fox could not help but grumble. Fufu, you're way too childish. Elder Bone Spirit sneered. Yuan Xiong said, you crippled my grandson. It's only right and proper for me to take revenge. Desolate Marshal, your mistake is that you shouldn't have provoked my Yuan clan. Elder Lust Fiend of Blood Mist sect grinned. Our upper sects and gentry clans have been around for more than 10,000 years. What sort of foundation do you think we have? Do you think you can challenge us? Since you want to challenge, prepare to be destroyed at any moment. Ji Yaoshue took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Seniors, Zimo has the backing of a Mahayana patriarch. Are you guys really not afraid of the patriarch's wrath for injuring his life? The few of us don't have much lifespan left. Elder Bone Spirit said, even if that's not the case, we'll only live on for a few hundred years more at most. TSK, our lives are worth it in exchange for the life of the #1 monster incarnate in history. Elder He Xie of Yin Ghost sect laughed sinisterly. Of course, among the 6 conjoint body mighty figures, apart from the 5 old men, Exalted Master Lang Yu of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was at his peak. Exalted Master Lang Yu did not mind at all. He smiled and said, "I'll leave after killing Desolate Marshal. Maybe to the Middle Continent, maybe to the West region? Even if the Mahayana Patriarch is extremely powerful, he might not be able to find me as long as I hide carefully. I heard that the Patriarch at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley doesn't have many years left to live. At most, I'll wait till he's dead before coming out of seclusion." Exalted Master Lang Yu was excited. Who knows, I might even be able to break through to the Mahayana realm under the pressure of the pursuit of a Mahayana Patriarch. The 5 old men had already seen through life and death. As for Exalted Master Lang Yu, it was clear that he was a fearless maniac with no regard for consequences. These 6 conjoint body mighty figures truly had no reservations for grouping up together. What should we do? Shall we kill our way out? How do we kill them? Even 1 conjoint body mighty figure is enough to kill us, let alone 6 of them. But we can't wait for death here. Monkey and the others frowned and communicated with their spirit consciousnesses. Su Zimo was not involved. Without batting an eyelid, he glanced at Goddess True Jade, who was not far away. At that moment, Goddess True Jade had an indifferent expression. She was neither frustrated nor impatient. Su Zimo felt relieved when he saw her expression. The killing plan of Elder Bone Spirit and the others this time round was truly flawless. If there was truly a variable, it could only be Goddess True Jade. Chapter 1185, Dead Mighty Figure. Chapter 1185, Dead Mighty Figure. A few hundred kilometers away from the old capital of Yang Country, the sect masters of Dragon Tiger Sect, Blood Mist Sect, 7 Kills Sect and the other upper sects exchanged glances and nodded. All of them paused and looked in the direction of the old capital of Yang Country. "Why aren't you guys leaving?" the sect master of Stellar Lunar Sect asked with a frown. "Nothing much. We're just waiting for an outcome." The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect replied indifferently. The sect master of Stellar Lunar Sect was shocked and asked hurriedly, "You guys really attacked Desolate Marshal?" The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect sneered, "If Stellar Lunar Sect doesn't make a move, there will naturally be other sects. This lad won't survive beyond today." Elder Bone Spirit of Dragon Tiger Sect had not only invited the conjoint body mighty figures of Blood Mist Sect, Yin Ghost Sect and other sects for help, he tried persuading the other sects as well. However, sects like Stellar Lunar Sect did not agree to it. The matriarch of Murong clan mulled in silence before shaking her head. Desolate Marshal wishes to impart martial arts to all living beings. If he succeeds, it will be the fortune of the world. "You guys should not kill him." Humph. The patriarch of Yuan clan's tone was unfriendly as he said coldly, "Desolate Marshal doesn't differentiate between good and evil. He is sworn siblings with fiend demons and does everything based on impulse without any restraint at all. It would definitely be a disaster for the North region to let such a person live and grow." The sect master of 7 Kills Sect nodded in agreement. "That's right. This lad is way too sharp. We have to kill him." The sect master of Stellar Lunar Sect and the others did not agree with that statement. However, they were naturally unwilling to get into a fight with the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect and the others over that. The Valley Master of Blaze Columbus Valley asked, "Who's there?" Including Elder Bone Spirit of our sect, there are a total of 6 Grand Elders. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect declared proudly. The hearts of the sect master of Stellar Lunar Sect and the others skipped a beat as they exchanged glances. Sighing internally, they shook their heads. There was no hope. Initially, they were still thinking that Desolate Marshal's luck was strong and he had many trump cards, he might be able to find a chance to survive. Now that they knew it was a combined attack from 6 conjoint body mighty figures, Desolate Marshal was definitely doomed. Elder Bone Spirit and the others have already sealed the space over there. It should be over soon. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect murmured softly. Although he knew that there wouldn't be any accidents, he still wanted to wait and see the outcome. A cold wind blew. Suddenly, he felt a chill and could not help but frown as he muttered to himself, "There shouldn't be any variables, right?" After pondering for a long time, He shook his head. I don't think so. Yes, definitely not. The old capital of Yang country. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Suddenly, Elder Bone Spirit laughed. We decided to take action after confirming that there's no activity in the Dragon Burial Valley. Therefore, you don't have to hope for that patriarch to appear and save you. We've already preempted all the variables that you can think of. He sighed. Desolate Marshal, it's time to send you on your way. Preempted all the variables? Not necessarily. Suzimo said indifferently before looking at Goddess True Jade, who was not far away. He cupped his fists. Senior, do help us with this calamity. She was not standing together with Suzimo and the others. It was only now that Elder Bone Spirit and the others noticed her. What a stunner. Exalted Master Lang, you could not help but exclaim. Elder Bone Spirit and the others glanced at Goddess True Jade and frowned. Although this woman was indeed extremely beautiful, she did not pose much attraction to the few old men. Furthermore, apart from her beauty, there was nothing special about her. She did not exude any powerful aura and looked like a mortal. She looked at Suzimo with a fake smile and asked instead, "Why should I help you?" Suzimo smiled bitterly. It's clear that the 6 conjoint body mighty figures don't intend to kill me alone. I'm afraid you won't be able to stay out of it, Senior. That's fine. Goddess True Jade replied indifferently, when the time comes, I'll take Little Fox away. Nobody can stop me. What has your life and death got to do with me? All of you have to die. None of you can escape. Elder Lust Fiend of Blood Mist Sect smacked his lips and said murderously. Goddess True Jade frowned in displeasure. However, Elder Bone Spirit and the others did not notice it at all. Even if they noticed the change in Goddess True Jade's expression, they wouldn't take it to heart. Don't. Exalted Master Lang Yu hurriedly said, fellow Taoists, please do me a favor. Leave this beauty and that fox to me. Why? Are you tempted, Exalted Master? Elder Hei Xie of Yin Ghost Sect asked. Exalted Master Lang Yu smiled knowingly and nodded. That woman is of the highest quality. Such beauty is rare in this world. Since I've bumped into her, there's no way I'll let her off. Elder Hei Xie leered. I do know of a secret skill that allows this beauty to serve you obediently as her master. She will be utterly loyal and will abide by all your commands. Exalted Master Lang Yu's eyes lit up. The two of them discussed as though there was no one else around and did not notice that Goddess True Jade's expression had already turned completely frosty. You guys truly have a death wish. She murmured softly. Oh, the lady is angry. Exalted Master Lang Yu smirked evilly. Even when you're angry, you are so captivating. Lang Yu. Right then, Elder Bone's spirit hollered. He had already vaguely realized that something was amiss. He could not see through this woman's cultivation realm. Initially, he thought that this was a mortal. However, why would a mortal be here? Furthermore, how could she remain calm in the face of their auras? Could this woman be a conjoint body mighty figure as well? However, Elder Bone Spirit was puzzled. Every single conjoint body mighty figure was renowned throughout the world and it was impossible for him not to know them. However, he had never seen this woman before. Goddess True Jade, kill them. Right then, Little Fox gripped her paws and shouted. All right. Goddess True Jade nodded. She did not make any large movements. With just a single stride, she ignored the distance between them and arrived before Elder Hei Xie instantly. Pest! What speed! Elder Hei Xie was alarmed. He did not have time to think and instinctively punched back at Goddess True Jade. A conjoint body mighty figure could shake the world with every move. What seemed like a simple punch released an extremely terrifying power. Countless ghostly shadows burst forth at the same time and lunged at Goddess True Jade. Her expression did not change and she merely opened her mouth slightly before exhaling gently. Instantly, the temperature in the void plummeted. Even Suzimo and the others on the ground felt a chilling sensation. The world seemed to have frozen. Crack, crack, crack. Countless ghosts were frozen by the cold air. A layer of frost covered Elder Hei Xie's fist and arm as well. The speed of his punch decreased significantly. Right then, Goddess True Jade extended a jade-white finger that was crystal clear and tender. Instantly, it tapped on Elder Heisie's glabella. It was too fast. Although the fight sounded slow upon narration, it happened in a flash. Elder Heisie's expression froze as disbelief streaked through his eyes. Thereafter, his gaze dimmed and he fell from midair. Before he even landed on the ground, there was already no life left in his body. A conjoint body mighty figure was dead. Chapter 1186, Jade Hairpin. Chapter 1186, Jade Hairpin. You! Elder Bone Spirit and the others were shocked. This change had completely exceeded their expectations. Even though they had already sensed that something was amiss, they did not expect that this seemingly weak woman with a beauty that could topple countries would be so terrifying the moment she attacked. Even Elder Heisier could not last 2 blows from this woman. Su Zimo and the others were shocked as well. There was no need to elaborate on the others. Apart from Little Fox, none of them knew who Goddess True Jade was. On the other hand, Su Zimo was clear about the background of Goddess True Jade. He had also heard Monk Yuan Bei mention that she had reached the conjoint body realm after cultivating for 2,000 years. Her potential was heaven-defying and could be considered terrifying. However, the Great Qian Empire was destroyed by the catastrophe later on and Consort Yu vanished as well. According to his deduction, she should have fallen asleep in the volcano beneath the ruins and only awakened in this lifetime. In other words, she was at least at the conjoint body realm. Su Zimo had another thought. It was only logical that Goddess True Jade could kill Elder Heisier so easily. According to his calculations, she should be around 12,000 years old. For a conjoint body realm cultivator with 20,000 years of lifespan, she was at the peak and had a strong blood chi. However, Elder Heisier was already in his twilight years and only had a few hundred years to live. His blood chi was deteriorating and his combat strength was decreasing. He was naturally no match for Goddess True Jade. Furthermore, Elder Heisier had underestimated his opponent. There was no way he would have expected such a terrifying variable to exist in this ruin. Be careful, everyone. Elder Bone Spirit reminded hurriedly. The remaining 5 conjoint body mighty figures reacted extremely quickly and made a prompt decision to attack Goddess True Jade at almost the same time. Suddenly, a gigantic bone saber appeared in Elder Bone Spirit's hands. It burned with white flames and emitted a terrifying aura. Swash! Elder Bone Spirit wielded his saber with both hands and charged towards Goddess True Jade. Dragon Tiger Sect specialized in body tempering. Even though he was already in his twilight years, his specialty was still melee combat. Yuan Xiong took out a gigantic, heavy iron spear from his storage bag and dragged it through the void, leaving a trail behind. He strode forward and closed in on Goddess True Jade as well. Elder Cruel Son of 7 Kills Sect, Elder Lust Fiend of Blood Mist Sect and Exalted Master Lang Yu of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult released powerful dharmic arts from the periphery. Blood Mist Devour. Elder Lust Fiend conjured hand seals and pointed forward. A blood mist spread out around his body and rapidly formed a blood-colored head that was malevolent and terrifying as it devoured towards Goddess True Jade. 7 Kills Sword. With a cold expression, Elder Cruel Son hollered and slashed forward with his sword fingers. Suddenly, 7 long swords with a chilling killing intent appeared above Goddess True Jade's head and slashed down viciously. Exalted Master Lang Yu's glabella shone and an ancient mirror surfaced. Mystic Firmament Treasure Mirror, Sea of Misery. Wielding a mighty figure dharmic weapon, he conjured a dharmic art and shot a stream of dharmic powers into the ancient mirror. Suddenly, the ancient mirror shone with a beam of light that scattered into the void where Goddess True Jade landed. Bang! Boom! Boom! A shocking scene descended. Su Zimo and the others looked up and saw a vast ocean appear out of thin air. It blotted out the skies and surged with waves, as though it could devour all living beings. They could clearly sense that every single drop of seawater in the Sea of Misery was formed from extremely pure dharmic powers. A single drop of seawater could cause mountains to collapse and kill Dharma-characteristic Dao Lords with ease. Everyone was shocked. Conjoint body mighty figures truly had the power to shake the heavens, quake the earth, move mountains, and fill oceans. Range and melee combat. Even though this was the first time the 5 conjoint body mighty figures were joining forces, they were experienced and cooperated extremely well. The attacks of the 5 of them were terrifying and almost drowned Goddess True Jade. Although they had witnessed the capabilities of Goddess True Jade, Suzimo and the others were still worried. Sharp swords hovered, the sea of misery beneath, an incoming blood mist alongside attacks from the bone saber and iron spear. Even in the face of such intense attacks, Goddess True Jade's expression was indifferent. With light steps, she charged towards Yuan Xiong at the side, leaving behind a series of graceful figures. She was truly elegant and classy as a dragon. Even during the battle, Goddess True Jade's figure was extremely beautiful without any signs of wretchedness. What was even rarer was that she managed to dodge most of the attacks with that beautiful dance. The 7 kills sword missed completely. Reaching out with her jade-like hand, she pulled out a jade-green hairpin that was only the length of a finger from the black hair on her head. Her black hair fell along with the wind, making her look even more elegant. Goddess True Jade raised her palm. Phew! A jade-green light flashed and pierced through the incoming blood-colored head. The blood-colored head paused in midair for a moment before exploding. With a flash of light, the jade hairpin pierced towards Elder Lustfiend's glabella. Ah! Elder Lustfiend was shocked. He had not expected that Goddess True Jade would have the strength to retaliate despite being surrounded. Furthermore, he had been attacking from afar and had not expected that she would choose to attack him first. The jade hairpin arrived instantly. In a flash, Elder Lustfiend took out a gigantic turtle shell from his storage bag and blocked the jade hairpin. The turtle shell had a powerful origin. It was obtained by killing a pure-blooded grand demon black turtle in the East Sea. The most indestructible part of the black turtle's body was the shell on its back. It might even be tougher than perfect mighty figure dharmic weapons. Clang! The jade hairpin made a crisp sound when it collided against the mysterious turtle shell. Immediately after, Elder Lustfiend heard a jarring sound. It was as though something was shattering in front of him. Could it be? A thought flashed through Elder Lustfiend's mind. That was impossible. That tiny jade hairpin was incomparably fragile. How could it pierce through the shell of a grand demon black turtle? Unless that jade hairpin is a dharmic treasure. Dharmic treasures were weapons that were infused with divine powers and could only be wielded by ancestor realm expert. Elder Lustfiend stared at the turtle shell in his palm and his pupils constricted. Crack! Suddenly, the center of the turtle shell shattered and a green beam of light pierced through his palm without any resistance. Ah! Elder Lustfiend shrieked from the pain. However, right after, the shriek came to an abrupt stop. A bloody hole appeared on Elder Lustfiend's glabella. Behind his head, a jade-green jade hairpin pierced through his skull slowly and stuck out. There was no trace of blood on it. Elder Lustfiend died on the spot. Against the encirclement of 5 conjoint body mighty figures, Goddess True Jade retaliated domineeringly and killed one of them right away. However, she did not stop. Stepping on the sea of misery's jade waves, she distanced herself from Elder Bone Spirit and avoided the 7 kills sword, arriving before Yuan Xiong. Herg! Yuan Xiong was strong and muscular. With a furious roar, he raised his iron spear with both hands and thrust it towards Goddess True Jade. The power of the spear was immense and it was extremely fast. Ripples even appeared around the spear. It tore through the air and headed straight for Goddess True Jade's face. Chapter 1187, Half-Martial Ancestor. Chapter 1187, Half-Martial Ancestor. In the face of the incoming heavy, iron spear, Goddess True Jade's expression did not change as she reached out with her slender hand and grabbed the spear's head. Yuan Xiong's expression changed and he wanted to burst forth with his blood chi to blast Goddess True Jade away. However, no matter how hard he tried and even as his face flushed red, she would not budge at all. Even Goddess True Jade's wrist did not show any signs of trembling. It was only at that moment that Yuan Xiong realized the difference between him and Goddess True Jade. Unfortunately, He realized it too late. Even despite your age. Suddenly, Goddess True Jade spoke. Gripping the iron spear in her right hand, she strode forward and extended her left hand, slapping towards Yuan Xiong's chest in a seemingly light manner. You have no morals. With that remark, Goddess True Jade's palm pushed against Yuan Xiong's chest. Bang! Yuan Xiong's chest caved in rapidly, almost sticking to his spine. From the looks of it, it was as though he was smashed into pieces by a single palm strike from Goddess True Jade. The physical body of a conjoint body mighty figure was fused with their heaven and earth dharma characteristic alongside dharmic powers. They were invulnerable to weapons, fire, water, and would never decay. To think that his life would have been severed by Goddess True Jade's seemingly frail palm, Yuan Xiong's essence spirit flew out from the top of his head and fled into the distance with a flustered expression. Even if he did not have much lifespan left, he did not want to be randomly beaten to death by a woman who appeared out of nowhere. Without even looking at him, Goddess True Jade turned around and walked towards Exalted Master Lang Yu, graceful as a fairy. The meaning of ethereal was embodied completely through her elegant strides. Yuan Xiong was delighted. Escaping from this calamity was better than dying here with his Tao destroyed. However, before the joy in his eyes dissipated, he sensed a strong sense of danger and caught sight of a jade-green glow from the corner of his eye. It's that jade hairpin. A final thought flashed through Yuan Xiong's mind. Poof! The jade hairpin passed through his essence spirit without stopping. Yuan Xiong was dead. Goddess True Jade's methods were so powerful and terrifying that half of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures were dead in the blink of an eye. Su Zimo and the others were invigorated. Of course, the remaining 3 conjoint body mighty figures were even more difficult to deal with. Among them, Exalted Master Lang Yu of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult was at his peak age and his blood chi was domineering, far surpassing the other 5 conjoint body elders. True enough. Exalted Master Lang Yu had a grim expression as he conjured hand seals repeatedly, sending dharmic powers into the ancient mirror before him. Although he spoke with zero restraint, his combat strength was indeed much stronger than Elder He Xie and the others. Mystic Firmament Treasure Mirror Hidden Dragon Goes to Sea. With a loud shout from Exalted Master Lang Yu, the initially turbulent sea of misery suddenly caved in, forming a gigantic vortex. A divine dragon with a terrifying aura crawled out of the sea. Its horns were towering and its gaze was sharp. Opening its mouth, it let out an earth-shaking dragon roar towards Goddess True Jade. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Although the divine dragon was only condensed from the dharmic powers of Exalted Master Lang Yu, it was already lifelike and filled with a dragon might that shook the skies. Under the gaze of the divine dragon, Goddess True Jade looked incomparably tiny as she stood on the water surface, as though she could be devoured at any moment. It's just a small trick, it's nothing much. She harumphed coldly and stomped her feet gently. The howling sea of misery seemed to have been severely injured by the stomp and calmed down instantly. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately after, frost filled the air above the sea of misery and with Goddess True Jade as the center, it spread out rapidly and froze the surrounding. The divine dragon that had just leaped out of the sea merely roared. Before it could do anything, it was enveloped by the cold aura and froze into ice. This. Exalted Master Lang Yu was starting to panic. That dharmic art could be considered as his strongest trump card. However, he had not expected it to be completely vulnerable before Goddess True Jade. At that moment, Goddess True Jade had already arrived before him with a cold expression. They're old fogies, it's fine if they die. However, you're different. Initially, I wanted to spare your life on account of how difficult it was for you to cultivate. However, it's a pity that you're so brazen with that dirty mouth to harbor designs on me. I'm left with no choice but to send you on your way. Before she finished her sentence, Goddess True Jade had already extended her palm and slapped the top of Exalted Master Lang Yu's head. Exalted Master Lang Yu did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly placed the ancient mirror above his head and released a blazing beam of light. The beam of light was so strong that it could even penetrate a conjoint body mighty figure's body. However, there were no ripples when the beam of light landed on Goddess True Jade's delicate palm. All of a sudden, a ball of scorching flames appeared in Goddess True Jade's palm and engulfed the ancient mirror, burning furiously. Pest! Exalted Master Lang Yu gasped. The ancient mirror was his destiny dharmic weapon that was inherited from mystic firmament divine cult. Coupled with his sect's cultivation technique, the mystic firmament treasure mirror, it was extremely powerful. However, against the raging flames in Goddess True Jade's palm, the ancient mirror creaked and was burned red, almost transparent. I've got to give it my all. Exalted Master Lang Yu's eyes were bloodshot as he bit his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the ancient mirror. That was his destiny dharmic weapon and he could not abandon it. With the augmentation of the essence blood, the ancient mirror shone brightly and was still resisting with all its might. A look of mockery flashed through Goddess True Jade's eyes as she retracted the flames in her palm. In its place was a bone-chilling coldness that enveloped the ancient mirror instantly. Sheeing. The different powers of ice and fire were activated on the ancient mirror, emanating an extremely terrifying aura. Exalted Master Lang Yu was not the only one affected by the aura. Even Elder Bone Spirit and Elder Cruel Sun who were charging forward were shocked and exclaimed, "Divine powers!" The power of extreme heat and coldness struck the ancient mirror and released a terrifying power that surpassed dharmic powers. Divine powers. Divine powers were divided into different grades, lesser, greater, or peerless divine powers. But no matter what, divine powers were something that only Ancestor Realm experts could control. This power was already above the conjoint body realm. It was only at that moment that Elder Bone Spirit and the other two realized that the woman before them was not at the conjoint body realm at all. She was a half-step Mahayana. In other words, she was a legendary half-martial ancestor expert. This turn of events truly scared the three of them out of their wits. Boom! Under the effect of the divine power, the ancient mirror exploded. Many shards flew towards Goddess True Jade and fell before they could get close. However, Exalted Master Lang Yu was not that lucky. His destiny dharmic weapon was destroyed and his essence spirit was implicated. As though he was struck by lightning, his body shuddered and his mind was in chaos. At that moment, there was no way he could dodge the incoming shards of the dharmic weapon. The dharmic weapon shards contained remnants of the divine power and were extremely powerful. Numerous dharmic weapon shards entered his body instantly and penetrated it, causing blood to splatter everywhere. His consciousness was pierced by at least 3 shards and his essence spirit was smashed into pieces. It had long dissipated. Exalted Master Lang Yu's corpse fell onto the ruins and died. Goddess True Jade seemed extremely disdainful towards Exalted Master Lang Yu and did not even touch the latter even by the clothes the entire time. However, Exalted Master Lang Yu was already a dead man. Chapter 1188, Prediction. Chapter 1188, Prediction. A huge battle broke out between the two parties and in a flash, only 2 of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures were left. Furthermore, the remaining Elder Bone Spirit and Elder Cruel Sun were both old men in their twilight years. How could this be? How could there be a half-martial ancestor expert in this desolate and dilapidated old capital? Ancestor realm. Even half-martial ancestors were a barrier that many conjoint body mighty figures could not reach. Throughout history, countless paragons and cultivators had entered the conjoint body realm and become mighty figures. All of those mighty figures had immense luck and countless fortuitous encounters. All of them were famous existences. However, with the sands of time, how many conjoint body mighty figures could take that step forward and advance to the Mahayana realm? Not to mention a full step, even half a step was enough to stump countless mighty figures. All of those mighty figures were extremely powerful and intimidating. They roamed the world unhindered and rarely met their match. They had a lifespan of 20,000 years but most of them stopped before the Ancestor Realm and died after expending their lifespans. At the Ancestor Realm, one could extend their lifespan to 100,000 years after comprehending divine powers. From 20,000 to 100,000 years of lifespan, it was clear how huge the gap between the 2 major cultivation realms was. Elder Bone Spirit stood on the spot motionlessly with a conflicted expression. There was panic, indignance, fear and regret. Elder Cruel Sun's reaction was extremely fast and he did not have that many thoughts in his mind. He made a prompt decision and turned to flee without hesitation. Why waste your energy? You won't be able to escape. Goddess True Jade smiled indifferently and strode forward. As though she had crossed the limits of space, she caught up to Elder Cruel Sun in the blink of an eye. I'll fight it out with you. Seeing that he could not escape, Elder Cruel Sun turned around with bloodshot eyes. He conjured hand seals repeatedly and growled, 8th kill, killing body. 7 kills sect originally had 7 killing techniques. However, in reality, only a small number of people in the sect knew that above the 7 kills, there was an 8th killing technique, the killing body technique. The so-called killing body technique was to abandon one's life to release a most terrifying attack. Once that secret skill was released, he would be the first to die. Elder Cruel Sun's body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every single drop of his flesh was filled with immense dharmic powers and was about to explode. Humph! Goddess True Jade waved her sleeves gently and a streak of frost engulfed Elder Cruel Sunday. The dharmic powers that were already boiling in Elder Cruel Sun's body calmed down instantly and layers of ice condensed around him, chilling him to the bones. It's fine if you want to die. Just stay away and don't spill any blood on me. Goddess True Jade frowned. She was always picky about cleanliness. Even after a huge battle, her body would be spotless. She hated filthy things like blood the most. The layers of ice froze Elder Cruel Sun's bloodline and dharmic powers. Even his consciousness was invaded by the frost chi and gradually turned into ice. Elder Cruel Sun could only stare with widened eyes. The coldness seeped in and he could not even move his eyeballs. Gradually, frost filled his entire consciousness and his essence spirit was filled with ice crystals. His life was gone. Elder Cruel Sun was frozen into a human-shaped ice block. Goddess True Jade gave a casual slap on the surface. Elder Cruel Sun shattered into many pieces of ice without any blood splattering on the ground. This was a mighty figure. 10,000 years ago, he was a renowned expert of the North region and was invincible. To think that right now, he would end up in a state where his essence spirit was destroyed and he did not even have a corpse remaining. Of the 6 conjoint body mighty figures, there was only one left. Elder Bone Spirit did not escape. He knew very well that he could not escape from a half-martial ancestor given his capabilities. He felt a strong sense of indignance when he looked at the white-robed woman who was walking over slowly. Finally, he could not help but ask, "May I know what sect or faction you are from, fellow Daoist?" "Why are you asking this?" Goddess True Jade asked instead of answering. "I just want to die knowing why." Elder Bone Spirit clenched his fists and said slowly, "As a half-martial ancestor, you're definitely not a nobody. I've cultivated in the cultivation world for more than 20,000 years but I've never seen you before." Goddess True Jade replied indifferently, 10,000 years ago, I spent most of my time in the palace and almost never roamed the cultivation world. It's only natural that you've never seen me before." 10,000 years ago? Palace? Elder Bone Spirit was stunned. Before long, he realized something and exclaimed, "Why Yuri from the Great Chen Empire?" After a brief pause, a legendary character crossed his mind as he yelped, "Your consort you of the Great Chen Empire." "That's me." Goddess True Jade nodded. "You can pass away in peace now." Elder Bone Spirit's lips curled into a bitter smile as he looked at Goddess True Jade's smooth finger that was extending towards him. He sighed. "After all the scheming, we can't win against fate." Bang! Goddess True Jade tapped Elder Bone Spirit on the glabella. Elder Bone Spirit shuddered and his essence spirit was destroyed as he fell from midair, dead. When they saw that, Suzimo and the others felt emotional. That was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Conjoint body mighty figures were almost at the peak of the cultivation world. However, if these people took a wrong step, they would still end up dead with a tragic ending. Under normal circumstances, the 6 conjoint body mighty figures coming out of seclusion and joining forces to kill Suzimo was a sure victory without any accident. They had predicted almost all possible variables. Unfortunately, man proposes but God disposes. They had not expected that the woman who had been asleep for 10,000 years in the Great Qian Empire would awaken and become the only variable in this sure-kill situation. This one single variable cost them their lives. Thank you for saving me, Senior True Jade. I'm extremely grateful. Su Zimo bowed towards Goddess True Jade. If Goddess True Jade had not intervened this time round, all of them would have been doomed. She rolled her eyes at Su Zimo and said indifferently, I'm not trying to save you. I just don't want little Fox to get hurt. Monkey and the others were carefree and did not think much about it, merely thinking that they were lucky. However, the women present were extremely sensitive. Ji Yaoxue, Xiaoning, and the others shifted their gazes between Goddess True Jade and Su Zimo, muttering internally. If she was worried about little Fox getting hurt, she could have just taken the latter away. Why did she have to fight? They had a feeling that there was something that no one else knew about between Su Zimo and Goddess True Jade. Goddess True Jade's gaze landed on Su Zimo's embrace as she asked, Little Fox, are you going to follow me or are you staying? Your Highness, can't you stay as well? Little Fox blinked her large eyes and asked timidly. Goddess True Jade shook her head. I'm leaving. After a brief pause, she continued, If you want to leave with me, I'll bring you along. Naturally, I won't let you suffer. However, if you want to stay, I won't force you either. Your Highness, I can't bear to part with you as well. But. Little Fox was conflicted and could not continue. In her heart, she wanted to stay by Su Zimo's side and be with Monkey and the others. She led a carefree life in Thousand Demon Valley and was very happy. However, Goddess True Jade had been in a deep slumber for 10,000 years. Now that she had woken up, she was desolate and pitiful without any old friends by her side. Goddess True Jade smiled. I understand. With that said, she turned to leave and a voice sounded, Su Zimo, take good care of her. Otherwise, I'll come looking for you again. Chapter 1189, Deducing the Martial Tao. Chapter 1189, Deducing the Martial Tao. Now that this is over, the North region should be peaceful for a period of time. The old immortal crane lamented. After the battle between Su Zimo and Tao Lord Shen Yu, Stellar Lunar Sect, Blaze Columbus Valley and some other upper sects and aristocratic families had already expressed that they would no longer hold grudges. Furthermore, now that 6 conjoint body mighty figures were dead, it won't take long before news of it spread through the entire North region. As such, the upper sects and aristocratic families should settle down. Over the years, the North region has been in turmoil. The feudal vassals have risen and the flames of war have spread. Su Zimo said, after the Witch Jiyu calamity and the destruction of the 3 dynasties, the North region is devastated. I hope that there will be a period of peace and rest. Zimo, what are your plans from now on? Ji Yaoxue asked. That's right. Shen Yu is dead and the blood feud of the 13 cities of Yang country has been avenged. That's a weight on the shoulder lifted. Brother, where are you going from now on? Xiaoning echoed. The old immortal crane smiled. Why don't you follow me back to Ethereal Peak? 100 years ago, you were forced to leave because you were afraid of implicating the sect. Now, you can return. Sure. Nian Qi nodded hurriedly. Su Zimo remained silent. Why don't you follow us to the demon region? Monkey grinned. When we came out this time round, the spirit tiger used the demon ceiling diagram and brought almost everyone from Howling Moon Mountain that can fight. If we head to the North region's Wild Lion Ridge, we can dominate the place and become territorial lords still. Territorial lords. Shaking its head, the spirit tiger pouted and said in an arrogant manner, since we're all here, we've got to become overlords no matter what. That's right. This time round, Monkey did not retort the spirit tiger. Ji Yaoxue smiled without saying anything. Be it Wild Lion Ridge or Ethereal Peak, they were both in the North region. As long as he was in the North region, there would definitely be opportunities for them to meet. Su Zimo did not reply the entire time. He merely looked in a direction and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he smiled apologetically. I have to go somewhere else and leave for a period of time. Ah. Where? Is it dangerous? Xiaoning asked hurriedly with a worried expression. It's fine. Su Zimo smiled. There's no one else there. It's very safe. After pausing for a moment, he took a deep breath and said slowly with a resolute gaze, there's something that needs to be done. What? Everyone asked instinctively. Deduce the martial Dao. Su Zimo said word by word. Everyone was shocked. They were clear about Su Zimo's Dao heart. The entire cultivation world knew that Desolate Martial wanted to establish a Dao and impart martial arts to all living beings. However, everyone was even clearer about how tough that path was. He was creating a path that no one had ever walked before. He was going to deduce his own Dao and Dharmic arts. That's way too difficult. In a rare moment of speech, Night Spirit said while shaking his head gently. Throughout history, countless wise sages and experts tried this Dao and expended their lifespans but to no avail. Moreover, Su Zimo was only at the Void Reversion realm. That's right. Su Zimo smiled gently. That's why I don't know when I'll be able to return. Where are you going, young master? Nian Qi asked. The Dao Inheritance Ground. Su Zimo said in a deep voice, I want to enter the Dao Inheritance Ground again. There are many ancient inheritances there that I haven't comprehended yet. After obtaining those inheritances, I'll fuse them with my life, what I've seen, heard, learned and understood. I'll do my best to deduce the martial Dao. This was the result of Su Zimo's careful consideration. His current cultivation was already at the perfected Void Reversion realm. As for the Dao Inheritance Ground, it was a separate dimension with many seals. If he was at the Dharma characteristic realm, he would not be able to enter it. This was his final chance. This time round, no one tried to persuade or stop him. That was Su Zimo's Dao heart. He had to do it. It wasn't easy for us brothers to get together. Now, we're going to separate again. The spirit tiger was a little frustrated. It's not like he's going to some dangerous place. We'll meet again sooner or later. Monkey was rather carefree about it. Let's take a walk around Wild Lion Ridge then. If we're in a good mood, we'll take over it and stay for a period of time. Once you're out, look for us at the Wild Lion Ridge. Things will definitely move smoothly at the mention of our names. Sure. Su Zimo laughed and turned to ask, what are your plans, Xiaoning? I'll stay in the North region for a period of time first and see if the witch Jiyu calamity will resurface. Xiaoning held Ji Yaoshue's arm. I can accompany Sister Yaoshue as well. If the North region is fine, I'll head back to Elixir Yang sect to take a look. Yes, it's been more than 100 years since you've been back as well. It's time for you to head back. Su Zimo nodded. The Great Zhou dynasty had fused with 3 dynasties and there were many political matters to attend to. Naturally, Ji Yaoshue chose to stay in the Great Zhou dynasty. Nian Qi returned to Ethereal Peak. Everyone knew their paths and in the blink of an eye, it was time to part. Young master. Right then, a timid voice sounded. Everyone turned towards the sound. In the crowd, a boy looked down at Su Zimo. His cheeks were flushed red as though he was nervous. Pinching the corner of his shirt, he asked softly, where am I going? Little Dao Yao, of course you're coming with us. Ching Ching pinched Dao Yao's tender cheeks and said with a smile, you're a demon. If you follow us, we'll bring you to live a good life. Dao Yao's face flushed even redder but he said nothing. Su Zimo smiled and asked, where do you want to go? Can I follow you to that Dao Inheritance Ground, young master? Dao Yao asked expectantly, blinking his sparkling eyes. No. Su Zimo shook his head. It was not because he was heartless. The Dao Inheritance Ground was restricted by the wills of mighty figures. Dao Yao's blood qi and dharmic powers would be restricted upon entering and that would not be beneficial to this child. Furthermore, the place he was headed to was a forbidden ground in the Dao Inheritance Ground that no one else could enter. Oh. Dao Yao was slightly disappointed. Su Zimo said, why don't you follow Ching Ching and the others to Wild Lion Ridge? Dao Yao tilted his head slightly, seemingly in deep thought. After a moment, he asked, if I leave, who will protect the grandpas, grandmas, uncles and aunties of Pingyang Town? Upon hearing that question, Su Zimo's gaze at Dao Yarrow turned even gentler. Nobody. He shook his head. I'll stay here then. I'll stay in Pingyang town, Dao Yarrow said seriously. Ching Ching said, but, how lonely will you be as the only demon? I won't. Dao Yarrow revealed an innocent smile. The grandpas and grandmas in the town are very nice to me. They're not afraid of me and even told me many things about young master in the past. The elders of Pingyang town were extremely grateful towards the Su family and the second young master of the Su family. When Su Hong was king, he protected Pingyang town from the flames of war. Later on, when the allied army of the three dynasties invaded, second young master Su appeared and buried the allied army of the three dynasties in Kanglang mountain range. In the town, he killed many nascent souls that were chasing after him. Many people witnessed that scene. Some of the children back then were more than 100 years old by now. They were now the elderly of Pingyang town. In fact, they were even vaguely aware that the reason why Pingyang town was able to survive in this chaotic world was because of second young master Su. The stories of the Su family and the legend of second young master Su ascending to immortality were passed down from their ancestors. All right. Su Zimo caressed Dao Yarrow's forehead and said gently, stay in Pingyang town and wait for my return. Dao Yarrow's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. Chapter 1190 Entering the Cemetery Again. Chapter 1190 Entering the Cemetery Again. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others were gathered together and had not gone far. They were looking in the direction of the old capital of Yang country hundreds of kilometers away, waiting for the final outcome. Before long, a violent fluctuation came from the direction of the old capital. The spirit consciousness barrier and spatial seal on the outer perimeter had been removed and the outline of a dilapidated city could be vaguely seen. It's over. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect heaved a sigh of relief. In his opinion, the 6 conjoint body mighty figures had already killed Su Zimo and the others before unlocking the spatial seal. Desolate Marshal establishing his Dao. Strongest monster incarnate in history? He can't escape the fate of being killed either. The sect master of Yin Ghost sect sneered. Desolate Marshal's death can be considered as a weight lifted off our shoulders. The sect master of Blood Mist sect chuckled and shook his head. Given that lad's talent, it's hard to imagine what level he will reach if he was allowed to continue growing. That's right. If he enters the Dharma characteristic realm, even the 6 conjoint body mighty figures might not be able to kill him. The sect master of Mystic Firmament Divine cult agreed deeply. Unfortunately, a monster incarnate of a generation was killed just like that. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect lamented. The Murong clan's matriarch shook her head in pity as well. In reality, after witnessing Desolate Marshal with their own eyes, they were already subdued by his bearing and were unwilling to be his enemy. To think that Desolate Marshal would still be doomed to end in such a tragic state. Let's go. The sect master of Stellar Luna sect said, now that Desolate Marshal is dead, the patriarch of the Dragon Burial Valley is probably about to head out. I wonder what sort of chaos is about to happen in the north region. Yes. The Murong clan's matriarch nodded and turned, prepared to leave. Right then, she swept her gaze and could not help but exclaim softly. She paused and looked in the direction of the old capital of Yang country with a confused expression. The sect masters of the upper sects and leaders of the other aristocratic families noticed this as well. A spirit vessel rose from the old capital and sped over. This. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect frowned slightly. It was definitely not Elder Bone Spirit and the others on the spirit vessel. Given the capabilities of conjoint body mighty figures, there was no need for them to ride on a spirit vessel. Furthermore, the speed of the spirit vessel would not be that slow either. Could Elder Bone Spirit and the others have shown mercy to spare some unimportant people? While everyone was pondering, the spirit vessel approached. Figures stood at the bow of the spirit vessel. The sect master of Dragon Tiger sect and the others focused their gazes and could not help but be shocked. Instinctively, they opened their mouths with disbelief in their eyes. The leader of the spirit vessel was dressed in green robes with black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. He had delicate features. It was Dao being Desolate Marshal who was supposed to be dead. How could this be? What were Elder Bone Spirit and the others doing? If Desolate Marshal was not dead, why did Elder Bone Spirit and the others remove the spirit consciousness barrier and release the spatial seal, allowing Desolate Marshal and the others to leave? The sect masters of Dragon Tiger Sect, Blood Mist Sect and the others glared at the figure on the spirit vessel with widened eyes. A guess flashed through their minds. However, that guess was way too shocking and impossible. Right then, the figure on the spirit vessel bowed slightly and looked over with a hint of mockery in his pitch-black eyes. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect and the others panicked. In fact, they did not even dare to meet Su Zimo's gaze. The spirit vessel passed over their heads quickly without stopping. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect and the others exchanged glances and hurried off, heading towards the old capital of Yang Country. They wanted to head over and see what was going on. The sect master of Stellar Lunar Sect and the others followed curiously as well. Before long, many sect masters of upper sects and leaders of aristocratic families arrived above the old capital and looked down at the corpses in the ruins. The sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect and the others turned pale as their bodies swayed. Dead. All 6 conjoint body mighty figures were dead without exception. A chill ran down the back of the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect and the others when they recalled the look in Desolate Marshal's eyes. They did not know what exactly happened in the old capital. However, they knew one thing: the attempt to kill him this time round was an extremely stupid decision. On the spirit vessel, Su Zimo did not attack the sect master of Dragon Tiger Sect and the others. Firstly, he had just engaged in a huge battle with Dao Lord Shen Yu and had expended a lot of energy. He did not want to start another battle. Secondly, the death of 6 conjoint body mighty figures was already a huge loss for these upper sects and aristocratic families. Furthermore, the 6 mighty figures were no longer related to the sect. There was no way he could kill all the sect masters of the upper sects just because of the mighty figures. Of course, this matter would not end just like that. He would remember this debt and settle it in the future. Monkey and the others were reluctant and did not leave first. They insisted on sending Su Zimo to Dragon Burial Valley before parting ways. Nobody was in a hurry to travel as they chatted merrily on the spirit vessel. Although the spirit vessel was slow, it still arrived at the edge of Dragon Burial Valley after more than 10 days. All right, there's no need to send me further. Turning around to look at everyone, Su Zimo smiled and cupped his fists. I have no idea when I'll return upon leaving. Everyone, take care. Young master. Little Fox called out gently with reddened eyes. She was on the brink of tears at their imminent parting. Slapping his forehead, Su Zimo took out a pitch-black metal barrier from his storage bag and stuffed it into Little Fox's hands. He smiled. I almost forgot that I haven't returned this fire-blocking basket to you. Pausing for a moment, he pinched her on the nose gently and teased, Are you feeling sad because you're worried I'll leave with your treasure? No way. Little Fox laughed through her tears and harumphed. Zimo, be careful. If anything doesn't work out, don't force yourself. Ji Yaoshue reminded with a gentle expression. Yes. Su Zimo nodded and turned around. Waving his hand, he leaped down the Dragon Burial Valley. In order to enter the Dao inheritance ground, one had to possess the strength of the conjoint body realm to break through the spatial barrier. Goddess True Jade's whereabouts were unknown and she had already left. In the North region, the only way to meet that requirement now was to return to the Dragon Burial Valley. Su Zimo entered the ancient temple and went straight to the backyard. Monk Yuan Bei was sitting there. The red-headed ghost was not far away as well. Beside the two of them, there was a gigantic black vortex that was dark and deep. It blew with a cold wind that led to an unknown place. It seemed like the two of them had been waiting for a long time. Have you decided? Monk Yuan Bei asked. Yes. Su Zimo nodded. This is the best opportunity. Monk Yuan Bei pointed to the black vortex beside him and nodded with a smile. Go on. I hope that you can witness the descent of the martial Dao before I pass away. Definitely. After bidding farewell to Monk Yuan Bei and the red-headed ghost, Suzimo leaped into the black vortex. After a moment of dizziness, he descended into a space that was filled with a savage aura. Not far away, there was a region that was filled with a biting cold wind. It was the Three Tribulations domain. Suzimo took a deep breath and walked in. He had once passed the test of the Three Tribulations domain. Now that he crossed it once more, he faced no resistance. In no time, he had already arrived at the center of the Three Tribulations domain, Stone Statue Cemetery. Chapter 1191 Arrival of the Witch Race. Chapter 1191 Arrival of the Witch Race. Looking at the 32 inheritance stone statues in the cemetery, Suzimo smiled gently and murmured, "I'm back again." As though they sensed something, the inheritance stone statues shone with beams of light that shot into the skies, illuminating one another in a spectacular manner. Those who could leave their inheritance in this cemetery were all top-tier figures who dominated the ancient era. For example, although half-martial ancestor Imperial Sky of the Fiend sects died, he left behind the Dao Heart Fiend Seed Sutra and nearly made use of Suzimo's Dao Heart to reincarnate a second time. What sort of capabilities were those? Furthermore, there were inheritances from the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sects in this cemetery. If he could comprehend all 30-odd inheritances, his comprehension of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend Daos would reach an unimaginable level. There was another important reason why Suzimo was prepared to deduce the martial Dao in this cemetery. Before long, he stopped in front of an inheritance stone statue. The cultivator who left behind the inheritance stone statue was also a half-martial ancestor back then, and his Dao title was instant. Time sped up within 5 feet of the stone statue of half-martial ancestor instant. A day outside was a year here. Back then, Suzimo relied on the 15 years of cultivation here to break through to the void reversion realm and kill many titular disciples and Di Yin. He was clear that it might take up to 1,000 years just to inherit the 30-odd legacies here in the cemetery. Furthermore, he had to exhaust his mental energy to deduce the martial Dao. That would take even longer. Perhaps such a long time would not affect him much. However, there could be a massive change in Tianhuang mainland. How many major events had happened in the cultivation world in the past 100 years, let alone 1,000 years? The blood-colored ghost face appeared. The god, Rakshasa, and even witch race had all appeared. All signs indicated that a storm was about to descend upon Tianhuang mainland, possibly restoring the chaotic situation of the ancient era where everyone was in danger. At that time, most cultivators might not even be able to protect themselves, let alone weak mortals. If he had truly spent thousands of years away, even if he managed to divine the martial Dao and return, the world would have changed. Therefore, Suzimo intended to make use of the 5 feet area beneath his feet to divine. Even if 1,000 years passed here, it would only be 3 years on Tianhuang mainland. This was equivalent to stealing the heavenly secret. Of course, if Suzimo was here, time would definitely leave a mark on him. In other words, although only 3 years would have passed on Tianhuang mainland, Suzimo would have spent 1,000 years of his lifespan here. One had to pay a price if they wanted to steal the heavenly secret. Let's begin. Suzimo assumed a lotus position and exchanged glances with the stone statue of half-martial ancestor instant. 2 divine lights burst forth from the eyes of the stone statue and entered Suzimo's eyes as a long-lost cultivation technique gradually entered his mind. Deep at night. At the intersection of the North region and the Middle continent, in a vast forest, ferocious beasts roamed and birds covered the skies. Countless ferocious beasts fought and let out deafening roars. Right then, 13 figures descended into the forest. The cries in the forest gradually subsided. Before long, silence ensued. All the ferocious beasts on the ground seemed to be stunned by a sinister aura and did not dare to make a single sound. Any demon beast with some cultivation would be extremely sharp towards danger. They knew that an unimaginably terrifying existence had arrived in the forest. This was a fear and suppression from the depths of their bloodlines. The bright moonlight shone on the 13 figures and shone with a faint green light, resembling ghosts in the night. The 13 figures wore green robes and large hoods that covered their faces. Even if someone was here, they would not be able to make out their appearances. Their leader was leaning on a white, creepy walking stick. It was dark under the hood and there were 2 faint green lights shining from it. It was breathtaking, like ghost fires burning in a cemetery. Elder Scorpion, we've already arrived in the North region. Should we head straight to the Dragon Bone Valley? A figure asked softly. There's no rush. The cultivator named Elder Scorpion said slowly with a hoarse voice, the young master died in the Dragon Bone Valley, so we'll definitely head there. The dragon race has to be accountable for that. Pausing for a moment, Elder Scorpion said, for now, let's head elsewhere first. Where? 10,000 GU Swamp. Elder Scorpion said, the young master followed a remnant of the witch race who was from GU sect. Now that the young master is dead, everyone from GU sect will have to die with him. Although Elder Scorpion's tone was calm, his words were filled with killing intent. Those 13 figures were from the witch race of the primordial 9 races. Just as those witches were about to leave, a faint sound of crickets echoed from the forest beneath their feet. The face beneath Elder Scorpion's hood frowned and he suddenly asked, you guys haven't left the ghost curse tomb before. It must be difficult holding it in, right? Yes. The witches behind him replied. Elder Scorpion said indifferently, the crickets in the forest are disturbing me. Attack and kill all the living beings in the forest. All right. The witches behind Elder Scorpion replied excitedly. An hour later. After the 13 witches left, the forest behind them was already strewn with corpses and rivers of blood with a torrential blood stench. Half a month later, at the 10,000 GU swamp, the 13 witches descended. Everyone looked down at the charred ground beneath their feet and exclaimed softly. This was the place of GU sect, but now, it was reduced to a charred ruin, as though all living beings were burned to ashes by a fire. How could this be? Someone destroyed GU sect before us? Elder Scorpion released his spirit consciousness and scanned for a long time. There were no signs of life within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Elder Scorpion descended and passed through the charred ground, arriving at a dried-up pool underground. He sniffed and narrowed his eyes. It's the aura of a divine spring. Unfortunately, someone else got their hands on it first. A witch said softly. What happened here? What has the fire here got to do with the young master? A few witches frowned and asked. Let me take a look. Elder Scorpion extended a withered arm from his wide sleeves and conjured hand seals repeatedly. Finally, he tapped his glabella and spat out a strange word. A sinister energy fluctuation spread out. It was as though time was reversing in front of Elder Scorpion. The ruins vanished and countless structures of GU sect were erected once more, revealing the 10,000 GU swamp. Such methods were truly shocking. He saw a huge fire. A green-robed cultivator conjured hand seals and released terrifying flames that burned hundreds of kilometers into the distance, burning the GU worms in the 10,000 GU swamp to death. He merely glanced at the cultivator briefly. That was because he was completely drawn in by another scene. He saw an extremely terrifying figure that could not have existed in this world. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.